enjoy this roster. They have a lot of promise. They didn't do as well as I was kind of expecting last split, but coming into this one, I still hope, you know, I still hope.
I'm pretty sure that Raph has the same sentiments pagdating dito. Siyempre, laging may bias si Raph sa mga ganyang bagay at i-reveal natin as the season goes on kung bakit nga ba ganyan. Pero as a quick recap for our viewers, meron tayong video na magpa-play out kung saan malalaman natin yung mga teams na nanggaling sa Open Qualifiers. So let's all watch this.
Oh, quick tag onto Aeons. No follow-up, and V-Black has his own operator. Smooth Operator are the two players here. The dash in from Shintaro, but he's only giving himself cover, not his teammate. Shintaro does find a pick onto Rababs. Could give him a chance here, but V-Black is just that dominant to give the ace to his homie, to his Brody. And of course, V-Black will get it. He will devour it, and he will take it. The remaining players of LFS. The wall is there. Oh, that is a great catch onto Exotic with the full flight. Itchy solo. Oh my goodness, Itchy solo from out of nowhere. And the play right now for LFS is just to get Heaven control. And since Itchy solo is down here, he has no wall to basically block out physically what's happening against the retakers. This is what's gonna happen. And Asta!
George still got the kill anyway, and Josh is now putting the Cove down to at least protect the diffuser. Ching already on it. Someone needs to spam that ASAP here for the side of KDM. They get halfway done though with the defuse. Josh Esto in control. Finds Channy Boy in his efforts to hold down that yellow side. Le Magician, it's Eugene S again and again, looking to find the target. Narpim on the opposite. Savannah with the takedown. A big pick here from Savannah, but Josh S does it even better.
Could overrun this, but the man count is just so much more here for Kadaliman. And that should be them shredding them down. Savannah gets the one. It forces RNT to fall back instead. The defense here looking good.
Yeah, this is the first time we've seen Rambutan and Tatay actually lose a bit of their bluster there and through the smoke. Channy Boy, even at the end of the clip, he will find hot sauce.
Shot doesn't connect, and that was huge. They needed to hit that, and now KDM have a good planned attempt, possibly. Oh, Savannah, big pick up above. But the trade in from Eugene S is coming in, Dax.
Oh, Savannah gets two, and Josh is holding down the line. He's still alive. He's still fighting. Narpim eventually finding the harbor. It's 2v2 now. And through the toxic screen, the timing is perfect for Mark L. We've seen these numbers pile up in favor of RT before, and it will be the same case here. 13-10 in the end. The call from Second Love. The 1-2 step now, though, gonna get hampered by the Hunter's Fury. Cloudburst gonna get thrown over to the nest. Shintaro, though, spamming and walk on water with a punish. He's using the Cloudburst for cover again. That allows him to reposition to the left-hand side, but Aeon lines him up and finds a perpendicular angle.
To stop this, they got the Reckoning, the Lockdown, and the Viper's Pit. All very high impact. And all could be a big problem for Nacague on this attacking execute. But look at this! Walk on water! The double for him! He dropped that Viper's Pit potential!
He doesn't care about the turning tides. And Itchy solo, he at least gets a takedown, and the detain comes towards Second Love. So this buys time here for the side of Viper's Clan. 3v3 scenario effectively while Second Love is disarmed. And it's going to be Nagi on the plant. Mid matters though with a big pick, as you mentioned. Backside still held here by the side of Viper's Clan, but these snakes have been spotted.
Give you lockdown for lockdown here to cancel each other out. But they're going for the quick A-take. Savannah should have a free kill, but no, the help from Zen comes in right at the time.
The positioning of everyone from Zol is just very good, that are able to deny any of these kills away from Kadiliman. And yet again, it's 3-1. And they're now taking this 5-1 as well. You saw it. There it is, and again, with a very aggressive charge, but Dispenser finds him first. Patman, though, Dispenser doing a lot of work here, being that guardian of B-site.
A triple from him already. Even tagged with a fault line, still gets the kills and still gets value from his position. Stays alive as well. Narpim here on the backup. Paranoia thrown out already. They know that the last two has to be here. That's confirmation of their idea.
And with Dispenser half HP, pretty much hugging this hugging the box. Doesn't have a lot of escape pool, but they gotta buy some time. And in the end, 4K for Dispenser. But at this point, they don't have the luxury as they're found by Naru. Channy Boy there with the immediate trade. Narpim as well. 3v2 at this point. Again, we keep talking about time. Senior Carl, we know that he is absolutely scary, but it all comes down to it, like literally right now. And he does it again, and their match point.
Okay. Ngayon na nakita na natin yung highlights from the Open Qualifiers, I just gotta say, I am so stoked. Kung Open Qualifiers pa lang natin, ganyan na yung binubuga ng mga teams na yan. What more pagpasok natin dito sa regular season, diba? Pero bago pa ang lahat, maraming salamat muna sa aming mga sponsors, lalong-lalo na sa Riot Games, pati sa Mineski Philippines for making all of this possible. Kasi wala yung mga highlights na yan kung wala kayo. Wala rin kami kung wala kayo.
Mayana scores Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe now to Grab Unlimited free on your first month. And of course, enjoy free delivery every day and get those exclusive discounts when you get to get that Grab Unlimited.
I can hear the disappointment in your voice. Like, where's the 9 pesos?
Nah.
I've been doing this all split. But of course, guys, VCTPH Split 2 is also officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. So a big, big thank you to everybody. And yeah, I mean, I guess we're also excited for the show to move on and pretty much ask the right to say 9 pesos again sometime in the future, maybe.
Ano
We
ba
will
yung,
transition
siguro
to the
yung
for
quick
free.
fix? Yeah. For the quick fix, siguro 0 pesos. 0 pesos. Free, for free. Otherwise, 0 pesos. At least yun, may compromise tayo dyan. Pareho namang tama. Pero ito na nga, total may pa-teaser na tayo ng mga kaganapan from the Open Qualifiers as well as to what to expect for this regular season. Tingnan na rin natin yung standings natin. Kasi actually gusto ko kayong tanungin. Asarai, do you think that there are gonna be rivalries other than of course the NAOS versus the Oasis rivalry that we always love to see that will be built this regular season natin?
Honestly, I feel like there's already one that has entered split number 2, and that is SR Nacague saka Zol Esports. So for the viewers that don't know about it, SR Nacague, a lot of their roster, including Zin, actually moved up na to the Zol Esports roster. And SR Nacague, I think the players that were left there na from the previous roster was just mid-matters, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, let me dub. In any case, madaming umalis sa SR Nacague, and it came into Zol. So I feel like there's going to be some bit of rivalry that's happening there because former teammates and then some pa.
I was about to say the same thing because, like you mentioned, right, it is the old core versus pretty much ex-teammates versus ex-teammates, a very recent bout, perhaps. And like you mentioned, it's pretty much mid-Mathers plus. I believe the members of ex-Puggers on the side of SR Nacague, so I feel like that's going to be super, super interesting. We'll probably be diving into that if we ever run into their matchups today.
Siguro at certain points, ang magiging comparison natin for any other team na makakalaban netong Zol Esports is magre-reference back tayo dun sa SR Nacague days nila. Kasi syempre, majority of their core does come back for that. Pero syempre, for our viewers' sake, it would cause too much confusion if we would refer to them that way. Kasi meron pa rin naman tayong SR Nacague lineup na makikita in this season. So iwasan na lang natin yun. But yun lang yung for reference. Yun yung mangyayari dito, guys. Huwag kayo masyadong malito. May mga players pa rin tayo na very familiar names, but at the same time, hiwa-hiwalay na sila ng teams. Abangan nyo na lang yung deeper discussion natin dyan. But as I say that, actually, saktong-sakto yan dahil ipapakilala na natin yung first team for the first matchup today. Sakto yan. Sabi nila may rivalry daw tong mga to. But they're not going up against their rivals quite yet. Heto na sila. Kilalanin natin ng mabuti ang Zol Esports.
one of our freshest faces, or rather orgs, to jump into the official circuit. Still, though, we have to talk about this lineup they have. I feel like the only name that has been around Zol for the longest time is Josh F, but everybody else, as we mentioned earlier in the panel, have been teammates on an older version of SR Nacague. Either way, I feel like all of these players, just from an individual standpoint, have excellent carry potential. But I'm very, very curious how they're going to operate with each other, considering they have to find a way to cascade all that individual fragging power. Patman, I feel like, has had a bunch of standout performances in the last split, especially in super clutch moments. I think he had like a super explosive performance on that one Lotus map, I believe against Action PH. My memory could be failing me.
Yeah. In any case, it's Batman, mid-matters, I think, in the previous or the split 1 SR Nacague roster. So, the one thing na nagustuhan ko talaga dito with this particular team, aside from, you know, we still have that juicy players from the former roster nila, is Naru again. I know that I have mentioned Naru before in somewhat of a lesser light, pero if you actually saw yung open qualifier matches ng Zol Esports dito, he was one of the top fraggers, if not secondary fragging 30 bombs ata in that open qualifiers. So I feel like this adjustment, whatever the cause may be, to shift a lot of these players into the Zol organization could be a good change of environment, a good change of pace for players that maybe were struggling from split 1 that was competing in VCTPH.
That's exactly what the name of the game is gonna be for these guys. Yung adjustment talaga, as well as the transition overall. Kasi mapapansin din natin, if we look back through their open qualifiers journey, even si Patman, from time to time, nire-readjust nila yung role niya dito. Sometimes he's on that initiator, sometimes he's on that sentinel. And it's on the same map, kung saan sila nagkakaroon ng mga changes dito. So, hopefully, at this point na nagsistart na yung regular season natin, mas nahanap na nila yung right spice for their team. Although nakita nga natin in the previous week na maganda naman yung napakita nila. So far, kahit papano, nahahanap na nila yung comfortability in the team. However, ang brutal lang talaga dito ay yung first matchup nila ay walang iba kundi sa Split 1 champions. So ito na nga guys, pag-uusapan din natin sila ng mabuti as we introduce NAOS Esports.
Yun na nga guys, what is there left to say? NAOS are your undisputed kings of Philippines. I think yung storyline na titingnan natin dito is they were able to beat Oasis pretty convincingly in any of the matches that they played against. And then yung yung issue that we sorta were kind of pointing out with NDG and Mojo integrating with the trifecta ni Japa, Pichula, and Wits. How far are these guys going to be able to synergize as Split 1 was happening? Actually worked really well. And nakita mo yung evolution or yung maturity nung two players na yun plus this entire team as a whole.
Buti na lang na yung coach na sa kabilang Discord kasi parang na-emphasize mo talaga Asoray. They really beat up Oasis. That's Asoray, by the way. Those are Asoray's words, not mine.
Bro.
But yeah, I mean, they have been multiple time champions in just every iteration of, I guess, these individuals when it comes to just, you know, them as individual players. But as a team, they were super, super dominant in the last split. It didn't look that way. But once everything glued together and they started functioning as a unit, then it looked so, so scary for anybody to play against them.
Ang mahirap talaga dito, pag pinag-uusapan natin either yung NAOS Esports or etong Oasis Gaming, hindi maiwasan lagi yung comparison between the two. Kasi nga, from the get-go, they have always been rivals. So, yan talaga yung bagay na hindi natin maiwasan when it comes to talking to them. If we compare the run that they had, maagang na-experience netong NAOS yung defeat. But at the same time, it became a silver lining for them kasi maaga rin silang nag-learn from their mistakes at maaga na silang nakabuild ng momentum then on. As opposed to the side of Oasis Gaming na kabaliktaran naman yung nangyari sa kanila. They had this flawless run at the beginning and then naging wavering na towards the end. So for the side of NAOS, I'm pretty sure they're hoping to have a more flawless round or a more convincing pa than what they showed us, even though sobrang strong na nung split 1 run nila. So we will have to wait and see for that. Pero as we move over to our map selection, I think this is gonna be incredibly tricky, you guys. Asterai, I feel like this isn't an issue of figuring out kung ano yung weak maps ng NAOS. I would say if you were to pick a map in this scenario, siguro mag-focus na lang yung Zol sa kung saan sila malakas. Would you agree to this?
Absolutely. I think it's more about utilizing kung ano yung strong pieces na agad dito ng Zol, right? You were on the mark with that one. I feel like if we're gonna look at maybe yung capabilities ni Zind, 2 maps, Scream in particular sa akin, possibly Pearl, maybe even Ascent. Although again, kasi tingin yan, if you look at the NAOS map selection or map pool, sasakit lang ulo mo. So you're absolutely right na they just have to focus on what they already got. And again, going back, Pearl and Ascent ang gusto ko makita dito from Zol.
Pearl Ascent from Zol?
Gusto
kong sabihin kanina na baka may surprise factor yung Zol kasi syempre bagong team. But then I looked at the roster, it's like, oh right, they only really had one major change.
Lumipat lang ng bahay.
Oo nga eh. Pero kahit yung coach, I think 2766 is still on this roster, on the Zol roster if I'm not mistaken. So once again, the philosophy and the approach of the game is still gonna be very, very intuned and ingrained in them as a core. And I'm very excited to see the map veto, I guess, come up very, very soon. But I think I have to disagree with Pearl because NAOS have been so good on that map, man.
It's so hard, no? I mean, going back to the reasoning that I had for this one, when you're up against NAOS, Raf, what map is your option? Kasi kahit sa naman ang ganda-ganda nung run na itong NAOS, they barely have dropped any maps during split 1. Kaya nga ang sabi ko kay Asoray kanina, let's just focus on what we're already good at as a team kasi ganun din naman at least kung comfortable tayo, may chance pa tayo na matalo sila if ever we find anything na yung mga loopholes sa strategies nila, di ba, Asoray?
Yeah. So another thing din kasi na gusto ko i-point out din is even though this is still technically that former roster, right, coming into Zol Esports, nagbago na onte ang agent roles ng specific agents nila. We saw Senior Carl, who was the former True Flex player na SR Nacague, now as the controller. Si Patman and Josh F sorta interchange between flex agents nila, medyo similar but depends on the maps. So saan talaga yung parang steady footing na pwedeng tingnan dito sa Zol Esports? I think it goes back pa rin. I feel like with Zin in particular, you want him to have, I think, access to 2 things. It's separate rifling niya, and at the same time, I think his operator. So you want maps where he can at least go for those 2 approaches. Siyempre, kasi Jet, But when it's Zind, he can make that happen on attack or defense. We've seen him do that before. Operator on attack, operator on defense. So again, if Zol can find a map like that, I think that's where they would want to play.
Well, kung hindi si Zind, tingin ko malaking bagay din yung performance ni Midmather sa April eh. I mean, he's a natural playmaker and that gave Zind all the space in the world to do Zind things, right? But now he's not on this lineup, so I feel like that could potentially ripple into a butterfly effect. I'm not discrediting Zol's strength, but that is still a key piece missing from them, at least in terms of that map alone. But now it's to select Icebox first. There's just so many ways they can approach this. Either they can go for that new age wits going on that Harbor pick, or they could maybe turn back the clock and put him on the Reyna. There's just so many possibilities.
Marami talagang possibilities when we talk about Icebox. Pero something that we should mention here is when these guys were still playing on the SR Nacague roster, they actually cut it pretty close dito sa NAOS, sa Icebox. They got a 10-13 scoreline. That's not so bad considering na hindi nga matalo-talo yung NAOS dito. But something that I also wanted to talk about na minention mo kanina, Raf, is Mid Matters not being here. I have no idea who's the brains behind the strats now. Kasi dati alam ko si Mid Matters yung IGL nila, di ba? Hindi ako sure kung sino na yung nag-fulfill ng role na yon as we move over to this new Zol roster. May idea ka ba dito, Asterai? Or do you have any thoughts to add? Especially now na Pearl nga yung lumabas in the end for the side of Zol.
So, think Josh F was the playmaker before no Sunspark siya. I'm not sure if he was still doing that with Zol Esports. But that being said, I mean, we'll have to see if he can really test his metal, and what a way to test his metal agad with NAOS being their opponents. And like I said nga, Pearl is one of those, I think just stable grounds na for the Zol Esports or for the Zol roster. I mean, again, it's a strong map then for NAOS, but like what we keep mentioning na nga, what can you truly do against NAOS's superior map quantity?
I feel like it.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ref.
Oh no. Well, pardon me for cutting in, but I feel like, as we mentioned, they are gonna start this matchup top down. I believe it's trying to find their ceiling first, because once again, NAOS is pretty much the gold standard right now, being the champions and all. So Zol, if they can perform, even take one map away from NAOS, and I do believe they have the potential to win this series out, it's still a very, very good sign for things to come.
Mag-ingat na lang talaga sila dito. Kasi nga, ikaw na yung nagsabi kanina, Raf, NAOS does have a good Pearl. Pero again, babalik ako ito na ang hirap talagang mag-isip ng mabuti kung anong mapa ba yung pwede mong i-exploit etong NAOS. But as I say that, Ascent is gonna be the decider map. And I'm not sure, Raf, kung aabot ba tayo dito. I really don't know if it's even possible. But I really am hoping for a really good matchup, especially since sinabi nyo na rin naman kanina, things are looking up for the side of Zol Esports based from their open qualifier matches.
Well,
yeah.
I was just gonna add na lang na, again, I did feel na Zol at least look a lot more promising than before. And what's good about this particular roster then, it's not 6-man anymore compared to before. So, there's no need para sa kanila to feel the pressure of, or rather to feel that there's a, paano ba sabihin to feel the pressure na kailangan nila mag-rotate out ng players, maybe to fix kung ano yung nagmamblema sila, and you know, issues like that. Ang mangyayari na lang dito is, since again we are gonna go for that round robin stage, pwede nilang i-enhance kung what's already there with the 5 players that they have, and I feel like that's already the step in the right direction for this particular team.
I agree. I feel like Icebox can still go either way for Zol and NAOS, but I think for Zol particularly, I feel like they have to change the tempo against NAOS, just because NAOS is so good at that mid-round. It's really, really difficult for them to employ what they would normally go after. You know how the Zol tempo is, especially with that iteration, with that core. They like to inch their way through the map. They like to take things step by step. And that's also something that NAOS is very good at. But once again, I feel like Icebox could potentially be pretty tightly contested.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think that bumabalik tayo dun sa elephant in the room na kailangan ko talagang i-address, because that's what I do here. Mahirap talaga. When it comes to NAOS Esports, they are, again, sabi ni Asterai, they are your undisputed kings of PH right now. And it's just so hard to talk around that kasi pinakita talaga sa atin ng NAOS in Split 1 kung gaano ka-solid yung run nila. Gaano kabilis sila mag-adjust on the fly dun sa mga rounds na nahihirapan sila. How well balanced na tong team na to with everything that they've done as a roster. Even though dati marami tayong questions when it comes to the new bloods versus the veterans, problem solved na lahat to eh. So it is a really high hill to climb on the side of Zol Esports. So with that said, guys, I want to know your predictions. I'm gonna lock in mine first para naman sabihin nyo, hindi ako unfair this time. I'm gonna go for NAOS Esports. Asterai?
All right. You know what? I will say one thing lang. You have to bow down to the king. Right now, there's no one that will make the king bow down. So my prediction will be NAOS.
You know, honestly, I thought Asar had a good thing going there. It's like, oh, he's trying to be clever, and now he just circles back. I get it, obviously, but I feel like this is pretty unanimous between all of us. NAOS have proven that they are just pretty much super, super clean and refined right now. If they maintain that form coming into the split, then it is so difficult to challenge them.
Yes, the only enemy that they have right now is themselves. Kasi when you're at the top, you have to be wary and not be overconfident, diba? Yan yung isa sa mga bagay na kailangan mong ingatan kapag nakamit mo na kahit papano yung highest level na kaya mong makamit in the meantime. So, ingat-ingat na lang talaga on the side of NAOS. But as you guys can see, predictions lock, unanimous yung decision namin dito. Hopefully, there's no caster or panel curse this time around. But then again, it's just day number 1. Marami pang pasurpresa na pwedeng mangyari. If anything, in their ex-NCG run, pinakita rin talaga nila kung gaano ka-tough opponent sila. Even for the likes of NAOS Esports, maybe kung na-refine na nila yung mga bagay na kailangan nilang i-refine, at this point, smooth sailing na, and they might even defeat the undisputed kings of PH right now. With that said, I believe we are ready to begin with the games. I'm just awaiting confirmation. Yes! I got the go signal. Natatawa sila eh. I just want to make sure that we can pass it to the casters kasi alam ko naman excited na rin yung mga viewers natin dyan. So you guys cheer for your favorite teams because here we are. We're passing you guys to our casters.
And hello there! Welcome everybody to the first day of VCT Philippines Split 2. It's a new dawn with a new split for all our hungry A teams to make it to the top of the VALORANT Philippines scene. And all of that starts with our exciting opening match. We have the champions of the previous split, NAOS Esports, versus a new name with very familiar players from Zol Esports. Rico over here, and with me is Fluffy02, locked and loaded for the first series of the day. Fluffy, how you doing? It's the first day. Woo!
I am a little nervous, but super excited. It's nice to be back on the VCT circuit. And like you mentioned, a lot of familiar faces here returning, but also some new ones, even for our first series. So we'll talk about that a bit later, but hopefully it's going to be an exciting time. Even the pets are excited.
Yeah, I can hear the meows, I can hear the roars of the hearts of the players for sure. But before we head on over to our, tournament proper, we are available in other different languages as well. And when I say other, we've got two. You're currently watching the English broadcast, but we're also available over at the Filipino broadcast. We're available in 3 different channels. We've got Twitch, we've got YouTube, and as well as on Facebook.
Also, don't forget that we have our official sponsor Grab Unlimited with us. You can, of course, celebrate your great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery. There goes my cat delivering himself the win. And you can also do that with the QR code on the screen. For your first month, you can get it for free.
Yes, sorry, that cat was so cute, just passing by casually. Anyway, yes, sirree, you can grab a snack, you can grab some food before we head on over to our first series as we get to talk more about the NAOS and Zol Esports matchup. And I remember the panel, already hyping it up. We've got NAOS, they've already proven to be the strongest in Split 1. And, now for Split 2, we're wondering if this is an alternate retelling of the same story because they have no roster changes. They had a dominating regular season and upper bracket run towards the grand finals, which basically establishes their power level between the rest.
Yeah, I mean, NAOS Esports, last split, we saw them have that, rough start. But ever since that rough start, they've slowly improved and have become the champions that they currently are today. They've been able to have that upward momentum that hopefully I think their challenge is to carry that on here on Split 2 for their opening match and opening of our Split 2 for VCT. When you talk about NAOS, of course, their roster, like you mentioned, is always that solid roster that has been there, and that consistency is always important in a team to not only defend your title as the best team right now, but also you have to learn how to innovate and improve.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? When we looked at Split 1, the story was a lot of these questions when it came to combining the veterans with the young bloods. And you're right, Fluffy, now that they've proven themselves to be the best, it's about maintaining their position in Split 2 to still be the best. But on the other side of the spectrum, we've got Zol Esports. When we look at their roster, on paper, they finished 4th, as majority of their players came from SR Nacague. Previously, they performed really well in Split 2, but now under the new banner, they had to requalify from the open qualifiers and get to where they are today.
Yeah, that's a challenge in of itself, right? They had already their slot guaranteed with NCG. They are still currently playing with a different roster later on for the tournament. They're in Split 2. But because they had to requalify, it only solidifies the fact that these players are top players that belong here on VCT. They're able to just pick up, doesn't matter what banner they're flying under, but they'll just make it all the way.
Yeah, and the fact that they were able to 2-0 last time, I believe against Kadiliman in their last qualifying round to enter that last slot to join the rest of the teams that are competing for Split 2 is just, again, just as you said, a huge statement that they truly, truly belong in the VCT Philippines. But of course, we talked about how the players are familiar. We've seen how NAOS is the best from Split 1, but two of these teams have already pretty much have history together when we looked at it. When we look at the previous, previous fights, the latest one was actually the playoffs where it was NAOS Esports landing a 2-0 against SR Nacague and sending them down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, speaking of NCG, the only member from this roster that we have now in Zol that has retained is Midmather is still on that roster. Josh F is stepping in to replace him for this spot. But the core members, Patman, Naru, Zin, and Senior Carl is there. With the leadership also of 2766, the former player for APH, is a lot of veterans in itself, at least here on our regional qualifiers, but I mean the split in general. But going through that open qualifiers really pushed them to, I think, become a better team. And obviously, even before under the NCG banner, they've been always at that consistent level, which I think some teams have been lacking. But NCG at the time has always proved that they are the consistent team.
Yeah, it's pretty much the essence of the synergy between the dynamics of all of these members are pretty much retained. The only adjustment, just as you said, will be, the retained member, which is Josh F. From Zol Esports. What he brings to the table, I'm very, very curious to see. We did see a bit of preview of their dynamic already, when we saw the open qualifier performance. But we saw the maps, we saw what the stage is going to look like for both of these teams coming into this series. And with Icebox being the first map of the day, how do you think this is going to work out? Because NAOS, we saw how masterful they are in the Icebox map already.
Yeah, the remorseless winter that they bring on Icebox has been a storm that not every team has been able to really defeat. They have that consistent win rate on that map, the highest from Split 1. And now, I think their challenge is everyone now is exposed to how they play. So how do they evolve their strategy on this map to be even better? Because that's something that you have to do. Just because you're at the top doesn't mean that you can just play the same way. Other teams will obviously improve as well, study how you play to beat you. So you have to really push the envelope in your strategy, in your gameplay, maybe even change up your agents or change up how you do those rotates, anything basically. The adaptation is key, especially when you combine that with the consistency that they've had on this map.
Yeah, I think that's the difference, right? Because when we look at NAOS, the last time we saw them was their performance in the grand finals against Oasis. And as well as for Zol Esports, on the other side of the spectrum, it's quite the opposite. We've seen them quite fresh with their performance, with their style, with their the fruition of their practices in the open qualifiers. Especially, I believe we've seen them twice already. So I think that's the biggest difference between the two. I wonder if there's going to be anything new from now, since it's been a while since we've seen them versus Zol.
I mean, Zol, on the other hand, they are also that similar spot where, because they are the type of team that has always been, in a way, greater than the sum of its parts, and they have a new part in the mix as well. So how that's going to work together at this level is going to be a different story, because yes, they got through the open qualifiers, right? And they were able to beat teams like Boss G, KDM, or ODK. But those open qualifier teams are very different from the strategy and the construction that a lot of these more, I guess, stable teams have, where they're more consistent. They have that framework already in place to really develop the strategies, anti-strat. They have the support systems that they need, compared to a lot of open qualifier teams that, although the players are equally as good, they might not have that coaching staff or experience. So it'll be a different way of playing the game. They might have to change up their pace a bit, but so far it's so good for Zol Esports. They have a very clean run through that open qualifier, and if they keep that momentum as well, they can stand in a similar spot. Because last split under the NCG banner, most of the roster here had fairly good games into NAOS. They just needed that little bit more, and hopefully Josh F is going to be that little bit.
Yeah, I think he is that secret factor. Well, not like a hidden sort of trump card factor, because when I remember his performance back in Split, some, aside from Senior Carl's performance of having to clutch a few rounds, it was also Josh F being able to supply information for the team for them to succeed in most of these rounds. So he's one of the low-key players that I'm looking forward to when it comes to, Zol Esports. For NAOS, on the other hand, there's always... Again, this is a very established roster already, but we've seen them perform back in Split 1. But for you, Fluffy, who do you think we should watch out for this roster in this series?
I think that NDG or Modger, for me, on the side of NAOS Esports, the young ones, are the ones that you really have to look out for. Because we talked about how in Split 1, with a core of Wits, Ja, and Papi Chulo, they are veterans of the scene. Wits made it obviously all the way to champions under the secret banner, and Ja and Papi Chulo under SBE were able to make it consistently towards APAC for the most part. But the other ones, NDG and Modger, yes, they won the last, I think, stage 1 of the previous year, but they had that up and down consistency. We talked about in Split 1 how that divide between, you know, basically like a sub Team A and Team B was always going to be that difference. But hopefully now they come into Split 2 with a more cohesive team, and I think that has a large part in play of how NDG and Modger has evolved as players, as individuals, but also how they work well together as a team.
And I think it's they've already proven, again, they're the #1 team in Split 1 already. It feels like they covered a lot of ground when it comes to in-game disciplines and the fundamentals. It feels like they're very difficult to sort of penetrate and attack any sort of, again, openings or weaknesses that any team could take advantage of. So for now, I feel like Zol Esports will sort of be that leverage, especially that, again, they're the first challengers of the champions of Split 1. So this is definitely gonna be a challenge, considering they now has pretty much already established their power level coming into this series. So that's why it's going to be super exciting. See how Zol Esports is able to take on NAOS with them being the champions previously.
I mean, one thing about being the champions as well is that because you've made it the distance, you also have the most games, you also have the most VODs available, meaning that for other teams, you also have the most resources that they can study and learn from. So a lot of adaptations could come in because, again, they have the familiar roster from NCG, they have that core members that have the experience playing against them. So a lot of these little strategies, anti-strats, and things can really come into fruition and into play as we move here to our first series against NAOS Esports. But another thing also is when you look at a team like NAOS, they always have the ability to play very disciplined, which I think is what is a very key factor. Personally, I've noticed that teams here in our region, they're all good players, but to be honest, there's a tendency for every team to throw a little. And I think the nice thing about NAOS is that they throw the least.
Oh, there you go. We'll see as we head on over to our first map of the day. It's NAOS starting with their attacking side, as Zol will have to defend through the storm.
They have to defend through the storm, but it's not going to stop yet. They're going to get control of yellow already, and maybe we'll be able to get the plants soon. Naru's dropped low. Nano Swarms are coming in as well, but the frag from Xin is going to delay him. They get the plant down though, but going for this retake might be very, very hard.
Yeah, it is a 2v4 situation with the Cove buying a little bit of time here for the side of NAOS. Just removing any sort of information. They know that they're in yellow. They know that they're somewhere in that perimeter. But with a wall, that's going to be a little bit difficult. The Ghost is going to break that off, but it's commit coming from Zol. And there you go. They're able to not defuse, but at the same time, Zol wins that first round.
The Great Divide came in clutch with that barrier orb, but it just wasn't enough. The manpower still from Zol was able to retake that. Now it's put at a really disadvantage. I think they lost too many players on entry. Since getting this frag was so important, then he moved the 50-50 angle as well. And already he has one teammate defusing and one teammate holding in case they peek him. And that discipline is something that carries over from the veterancy from that original NCG roster. But so far, it's a good showing for Zol. Even if you look at the economy, they have chosen to go for the bigger buy.
We'll have to see with the bigger buy, just as you said. I see Bulldogs, I see a Spectre in hand. And now with the biggest question, will NAOS try for this round or see if they can make a quick round to see if they're able
to, what do you call this? Sort of just GG go next round.
GG go next round, but every round counts, so they have to get the most out of it, even on that lower buy. And NAOS Esports is still going to get one Sheriff, get one Frenzy, buy some utility. If you look at their team composition, they already have Wits on that Harbor as we step into the tech boss, but also Mojer. We normally see him on a duelist, but he's actually playing the Omen, similar to how teams during lock-in are leaning towards this double controller theme, which I feel like will be an overarching theme as teams evolve in strategy.
Yeah, I think it's you're right. I think I think it has been quite standard for now so far, and it has been working out. There's no surprises so far, which is very understandable considering that we are just very early into the tournament. But meanwhile, for Zol, it's a different composition compared to NAOS, going for that double Sentinel instead, and with a Viper instead of that Harbor.
Viper instead of Harbor, a bit more standard for Zol. They're playing a tried and true composition. They have that core of Sage, Sova, as well as Viper to really hold down the fort when things needed to come. They have the lockdown available for Zin for that Sentinel role, as well as the mollies for important delay. And Carl, of course, a cracked Jet, is going to be there to be that entry and space taker. When we look at NAOS Esports, they also have that Jet and Sova and KJ, but I think that it's more interesting, I guess, to talk about that double controller. You have a lot more options, and a map like Icebox where things are generally fairly static and the angles are fairly there's a lot of angles, but you have to be very good at winning your 1v1s in order to take map control. Just having a lot of these options
yeah, there's just so many. I'm just distracted too with the walkulator going upwards. But you're right. I feel like even though they do have double controller, it's one of those things where they still have to take advantage. We talked about how you mentioned there's so many angles to cover, and that's why the double smokes is going to definitely help them. Especially there's a lot of verticality angle-wise as well that NAOS definitely wants to cover if they want to penetrate through these sites. For Zol Esports, on the other hand, yeah, it's more of a safer route, just as you said, the standard Viper, the Killjoy, and Sage being an absolute menace, especially when we talk about post-plant and retakes, just exactly what we saw during the pistol rounds. It's about when you're able to use this for a later use later down in the round.
Yeah, speaking more about utility as well, NAOS Esports, because they don't have that Viper, in a way, they have less of that post-plant ability, at least in terms of the util. There's no access to any of those Viper poisons, and instead, they have a lot of ways to re-smoke, create perceived pressure, and maybe even pull rotates, which is a great use of their utility.
Yeah, I think that you're right. It's very linear when we look at the Viper as this agent for their control. But for now, you're completely right, Fluffy. It gives them a lot of avenues to basically move over to another site or re-hit another site, or re-hit rather the site, if ever they think that they can play the longer game and draw this out. And so far, I mean, Zol, while they were able to get the first round, I think that's a very good sign against NAOS.
I think NAOS composition overall allows you to segment the map. That way you can control space more efficiently. And I think a lot of people also aren't used to the orb smokes like you have on every other agent that's not Viper or Harbor. And on this map specifically, you can make a lot of one-ways and unique things, especially with Omen, because you can place the smokes in very unique places. But talking about their double controller also means that they lose out on some utility. We mentioned the Viper, but also this game has no agents that has a flash equivalent, meaning that the operators and long-range fights might be very good for either team. For NAOS Esports, because they have a double controller, they have a bit more control of what angles they can isolate. Maybe it'll be a hindrance for Zol because there's so much line of sight blocking utility that the operator might not have much value. But with an agent like Jet, a lot of these off angles are accessible, and it's just how you play around it, and that false sense of security sometimes that these double controllers can bring can sometimes be punishing. Because of that, and without the flash, we saw how in the first round, how NAOS Esports you know, normally with a double controller, you want to play a bit slower. You want to use your utility advantage. You want to pull rotations. But because they just sent it B, they took B main fairly quickly. They try to take yellow. They don't have a lot of the fighting power outside of Paranoia to really take space alongside the Jet, which we saw in round 1 how that played out. They were eliminated pretty early. They were able to lose some members, and because of that, it's going to be very hard for them.
Yeah, I feel like it's again a bit cliche. All up to execution is if they're able to take advantage of the space created. That they were, hey, welcome back, everybody.
Welcome
it's
back.
us, me and Fluffy02 once more. Yes, we're talking about the different dynamics of these two compositions. I mean, the fact that they also have a jet for the cloud burst for a temporary smoke means there's just a lot of it's one of these things where they have a lot of playground to work with when it comes to denying area against what do you call this, Zol Esports. But for Zol, they won the pistol round. They were able to eliminate a lot of the members from the get-go, but perhaps it is because of what you mentioned, the lack of flash. The only thing that they have is the Paranoia with that mirror sight, and it's only one, literally only one that you can rely on.
In fairness, it's a very good flash. I don't think it's something that a lot of teams have brought into Icebox, but I also think it's something that, because of the claustrophobic nature of Icebox as a map, the Paranoia actually hits a lot of key areas that you want to take space in. So on one hand, if you use it very well, it could be very, very amazing. But on the other hand, if you use it and it whiffs, then the value drops significantly. And since that's the only time you can use it, the moment that you use it, it basically signals the enemy team as well that this is where we're gonna go. And depending on the adaptation that they choose to bring, it could also mean that they reinforce that site, or they can, in a way, kind of predict what is gonna happen, which is kind of counterintuitive to how you want to play that double controller, faking, moving around rotations, and instead they choose to go for that hard commit. And bringing back to the pistol round that we saw briefly, NAOS Esports, they try to take the gunfights, but because they have so much util, sometimes the manpower advantage just being there, and great on Zol's part also for getting the good trades, brings the instant man advantage. That way, when they plant the spike for NAOS, Zol already has everything that they need. They have the positioning, they have the man advantage, they have, in a way, the weapon advantage, because even though it's the pistol round, they use so much util on entry that their weapons are more effective since they have no resmokes. And I think these are all the key things that, even though we only saw the pistol, carry over to how the rest of the series might play.
Yeah, and I feel like for that post plant, right, there were only, I believe, 2 members left. It was the Killjoy, it was Wits on the Harbor, and there's only so much that you can do with these 2 agents on the board. But since we're currently waiting for this technical pause, I want to talk about, since we're talking about compositions, I want to talk about Gecko. Maybe later on we'll talk about Gecko as we're heading on over to the game and we're continuing this match between Zol and NAOS. Let's go, Fluffy!
Let's go indeed. We were going to talk about our little buddies, but we're going to have to check out our buddies here. Zol versus NAOS resuming for the second round. It's going to be NAOS back on that lower buy because they lost the first round. And it's going to be a very big investment for Zol as they try to take side.
Yeah, they're pretty much already in, penetrated through the defenses already. They haven't planted the spike just yet as they're still deciding on where they want to put it. There we go. And I think that's a huge success. Now 2 members of on that Zin crashing through, but them getting the plant over is a good sign for them, at least as we head on over to round 3 already.
A very quick round. Again, Zol with the positioning, the retake ability has just been so strong. I'm sure that NAOS has developed strategies around this moment, but it's just so difficult here on that lower buy to really abuse a lot of the long angles he was with really stable controller. If you see on backside, he defends so well, able to get that 3K and as well secure the round with his teammate Patman with the assist.
Yeah, using the smokes against them. The space was the space established by that smokes were a bit tight, only just surrounding that area. So Zin was able to rotate and sneakily go past everyone from NAOS.
This time around though, NAOS is on their biggest buy that we've seen so far. They have the weapon advantage, but the two Bulldogs on the side of the wall could make a difference. Gonna spam through things behind this cascade, get that early space, and you have to take note that the only initiator for Zol is that Sova, meaning aside from that drone, it's only the recon dart that really gives them the information behind all the tides. Ja already entering, to be able to remove some utility, but look, it's Zol giving up the site completely.
Yeah, Ja already making his way towards heaven. That's a lot of control, having that high ground space for Ja. Even having eyes on the entryway. So this is really good post-plant positioning already. The fact that everyone's still pretty much alive for both sides, but with the plant now down, it's all up to Zol to get this retake. Ja is able to get a kill. Josh F with a trade. And now Papi Chulo with this really good lurk. They have no idea that the killjoy's there, and the spray down is already there. Papi Chulo doing a lot of work, and just hand this round to NAOS. They have won.
They have won indeed, and very convincingly. Finally, they're on the board and able to keep 4 Vandals from their team moving on to the next round. One thing that Zol tried to do was to gamble their lower buy onto that B side and retake A, but unfortunately for them, the pressure from NAOS, I think they just got too much from that A side. Ja just positioning himself all the way to the Raptors, was able to get one, but it also pushes everyone into the line of sights of Papi Chulo.
Yeah, it was just all according to plan. The coordination that NAOS had to, just as you said, lead everybody onto that open space for Papi Chulo to get. And we'll see now in an even firepower buy. We'll see how this is going to turn out. This is it.
This is it. The Cascade already there to control a main for the attacking side. And on the B side, we can see that Zol is already going for the retreat, getting some adaptations early as Jet is going to go for the rotate. The high tides already rise. Josh F already there for the contact, but he won't be able to spot out anything. Gonna try to delay something with his mollies, but I think it's a little too late for this, but very close. Ja gets pushed away from the shot starter.
Yeah, it's the same execution literally from the previous round. Except Senor Carl is now playing closer onto Raptors, thinking that it's going to be the same approach. He wanted to pre-fire if Ja is going to be in that corner. But with that said, the post-plant position is fairly different, as that is now the ult coming from Harbor activated to ensure they're able to get this plant and secure this round for themselves. It is still 3 members alive for NAOS at the same time. The Killjoy ult lockdown will be able to get anyone, but it pushes the rest outside of the spike. Let's see now. No one's still defusing, and Zin is able to get a 3K, and Naru is already able to defuse this. Zol doing really well with that one.
They look so good. They're able to use their comp really well, able to segment the things they have to take to isolate the backside for the retake, and it pushes NAOS all the way far back for that post plan. And we mentioned a bit earlier, you sacrifice a bit from the composition. Taking these double controllers and Viper not being one of them really hinders your post plan ability, so they have to peek the multiple members already holding for the swing.
That was extremely, extremely important. The fact that Wits had to use his ult to secure that round, but Zol's still able to respond with a lockdown. It wasn't a lockdown versus lockdown. It was a reckoning to greet him instead.
Kind of same story. This time the recon dart does push them off, and Naru with this off angle on the screens actually is able to see above the cascade and protect themselves from any belt pressure. Molger, using one of his TPs to get on top of Tube, is gonna creep with Papi Chulo to try to get some control on the mid side of things, but Zol is already aware. The Killjoy, Zind, on the opposite end is already holding in case he swings out because he has no contact. But will he expect him to already cross? Does he know that he's got the timing? Didn't try to check it. He gets spotted out, but the shots don't land. The Nano Swarm say goodbye, but it's going to push him out for a bit. 1 minute still remaining on the clock, and there's a lot of space on the map.
This is a really good call from NAOS to just decide to retreat rather than risk of losing that 1v1. While you give up space, this means NAOS is able to rethink which place, which site do they want to attack, knowing that they have a bit of information that Zin is there near kitchen. As we'll see now, 35 seconds on the clock.
It's going to be harder for them to go for this because they got the reinforcement on kitchen with that turret, but thankfully they're going to go for that B hit. But do they know that Zol is already creeping very close? Patman already just under the opposing team, and Naru is in the flank. This KJ is actually pinched, but Molger Look how extended he is. He's all the way back on Snowman. The moment it falls, and speaking of falls, Naru was able to get Papi Chulo, and Mojer gets Zind as well. Here comes the paranoia that we were talking about, and the delay from this angle is very unexpected and can be the tide that turns for NAOS Esports. Already playing contact, a slow and recon dodge, gonna push out Wits. They're going for the swing here, but the Omen is spotted out. They check it, able to land the shots. Wits gets 2, and now in a 2v1 with the recon dart available as well. The Poison Orb, a difficult position for Josh F, new addition, and unfortunately, Wits is just too crispy.
Yeah, that was a really nice shot, and I feel like the supporting cast there is definitely Mojer with his positioning to allow that sandwich to happen against Zol. So they had to have 2 eyes basically. Oh, someone's behind us, someone's in front of us. What do we do?
Eyes open when we're sleeping, and also we can see with our eyes how the adaptation, we brought a bit I think earlier, how we wanted to see Mojer as the player that we wanted to keep our eyes on, and we see how well he's been playing on this Omen. He did fall, but still the pressure that he created by playing that advanced position, using his TPs to get to those pesky positions was just so important in how the retake was going to happen and help NAOS win that round. But moving on to this one, the Cascade yet again, a bit of conditioning here for NAOS Esports, making sure that they can't take this early A main, giving them a bit more space than I think they're expecting. But it looks like Zol is going to still try to retake that early space. But you know that there's one close. Senior Carl's able to get one and get himself out though as well. Heal comes through. The knives from Jazz, not going to stop the pressure, not unable to get 3 from the sky. But Batman eventually slots him down. 2v3 right now, and Zol is on the back foot. They know that the rotate is incoming, but Wits through the cascade, through the water, is able to wash away Zin from the map. And now Batman left alone. He might be able to get an upgrade here because Mojer did drop his Vandal, but it's going to be a long ways away for him to get to the B side.
Yeah, it's one of those choices where maybe I'll just save, maybe I won't risk losing this weapon, maybe I'll just do with the exit frags, because it's not like you have a lot of options. You only have the recon dart that is up and running soon for Patman, and not a lot of options with the shock dart. And he's able to find one on top. Let's see if Patman, with 77 HP, really pesky side steps there. A little bit difficult, but NVG will finish the job.
Batman does the damage, able to get some shots off, but it's not going to be enough. If you look at the positioning of that round as well, you can see how well and how disciplined NAOS is playing. We started off with this explosive play. A Senior Carl finds his way to back up, but Ja is able to recover somehow, able to get those amazing frags, but also we saw in the latter half how they get control of everything. When they know that they have the space on the B side, they take Snowman, they take Default, they take Yellow. That way they have the pressure from all sides in case any of them falls. Even though they have a massive advantage already, NAOS Esports is finding ways to get even more.
And I think that's the difficult part. With now mid, the attack with the paranoia, Senor Carl actually dives into the cove using this as for him to actually enter and confuse the rest of NAOS instead, using it against them. Zin with a trigger of discipline, but Papi Chulo is there for the trade once more. Now it's a 3v4 situation with the Reckoning activated. But look at this. NAOS decides to reposition and rotate somewhere else instead. With the spike not yet planted, they have to retrieve that for the team.
This is one of the advantages of Harbor, the adaptability of the wall, able to curve it and put it in these pesky places, creates a sort of way for them to work around and get a kill because he hid himself behind his own wall. The Reckoning as well coming in clutch, forcing this 3v3, but Senior Carl is not going to let that happen. Zind as well is going to put this into a 3v1 situation. It's all up to Wits. The spike not with him. He has only the high tide to work with, but it's going to look the wrong way as Senior Carl finishes off the job.
Wow, what a round for Zol. And again, it was Senior Carl's aggression hiding through the smoke and is able to find Mojer, I believe. And so far, he has retained his knives and making all of the headshots count.
The knives actually this game are very insane from both jets. So much value coming in from that ultimate and shows you how strong the Bladestorm actually is.
And it is a showcase of the 2 jet players that we have. Ja and Senior Carl are doing a lot of work for the team. Very, what do you call this? Very equal so far. Josh F will use the Viper Spit to get a lot of space here on A. And at this point, I don't think NAOS will try to penetrate through this entire area. Senior Carl is on a very, very high ground. The drone will spot him out. Ja definitely want to try risking to see if he can find Josh F, but decides not to. I believe that was the lockdown activated. Wow, Ja with the timing onto Senior Carl. No Jet already on the side of Zol. This opens up this site for them to take as Wits is now planting. Josh F decides to retrack his position. Snake bites to see if he can push anyone out of their slots. But it's now 5v4. Now still with the upper hand despite the numbers disadvantage because they have planted the spike. Well, you look at that. Now really doing well for round 1-8.
remaining.
Oh, they're gonna get the frags.
This is scary, Fluffy. Look at Zind, his fighting power, his fighting spirit. He doesn't want to give up. But the Nanos Swarm's gonna really push him away. But just as you said, he doesn't have time. He still wants to fight for this. He still wants to kill. Wits denies that though, and now it's a 4-4.
NAOS had that slow start, but slowly they're recovering, equalizing the game now to that 4-4. The lockdown's still in play for this round. Take a look at the last round. We see how Ja opened up the map for them, able to get the frags that they need. But it's Zind who actually is able to sort of recover.
Funds to spare.
Yeah, I was about to call it. Like, okay, now they take this round. This is very clean, but Zind is now, at least for this map, is such a scary player at the moment. He's sitting 14-6-1. He has been one of those players where you think that you have the round, but he will shine through and find an opportunity and not give up.
Not gonna give up anytime soon. Zin's gonna realize the pressure from this dark cover has covered their way into Kitchen. The Cloudburst as well. So much line of sight denial, but Senior Carl has the timing, but another smoke is there to block him off. Not gonna be able to trade his teammates. Gonna updraft once, but he's gonna get spotted out. Has to back off right here. Tries to spam in for more. He hasn't been hit yet. He still has that half armor and Vandal, but two players already marking him. Ja gets an early frag, pushes this into a 3v5, and they're gonna be able to plan.
Yeah, every single time they have control, they make it count. Zin gets denied. Now it's all up to Naru with only a Sheriff. Nicely done headshot. That's a very crispy shot.
But they know his positioning already, and he's immediately punished as Ja goes for the swing to get that 4K.
And it has been a close map for our beginning, for our opening match, rather. As NAOS, even though they're in the lead, it has been a big back and forth as we take a look at that replay.
Getting blow for blow, it's able. Your teams are so close. Even though NAOS Esports is that championship team, this time around, Zol is really putting them to the test, able to bring a lot of adaptations, even though NAOS is bringing the Omen around. Speaking of the utility though, they have a lot of ultimates to work with this round, but that lockdown on Zind is going to be very key. Ooh.
Yeah, they've been doing this constantly, just as you said, because of the high tide, because of how much space and verticality denial Wits can do on this harbor. But they give that up and decide to push quite closely.
Oh, they're ready.
Wow, yeah, NBG with a headshot. Mojer as well. The numbers advantage on towards NAOS right now.
The numbers advantage with them. The reckoning also in play. They don't want to stop this pressure, but you look at mid. He's being surrounded as well. Zin can be able to get the flag. Oh, but he misses the shot. He's not able to get the timing right, but his teammate's able to stabilize. Batman and Josh F going to be able to clean up, but they use the wall against them, playing on top of 4 and 10 from above. It will be 2 now. The lockdown's still available and will be used with this very clean retake.
Spike planted.
It's still quite possible. It's Zin still alive, but he doesn't have any ults to work with. He has 1 turret and 1 nano swarm. Ooh, I thought that was gonna be him being out in the open. The Viper wall can provide him a lot of coverage here. As Josh F will do the peeking for his teammate, but Zin peeks along with him, and it was worth as they take this into a tie.
They take into a tie, and Zol strikes back very hard, able to get the great timings on that mid play, but also secure the round because they had this Sentinel and Controller alive. We were talking about how the utility can be a bit lacking in the Ghost plant, and because of the Viper wall as well, it was just too much for them. They have to spam through the smoke, waste some bullets, and during that time, if they're running low, they have an opportunity right there to peek as they peek up into the belt. His teammate Zin, of course, they're ready for the trade.
Yeah, it was quite risky to have only one person try and peek to buy time for Zind, as it was quite out in the open for that plant. But still, Zind is such a reliable player for Zol in this map, and so far, every single time, if he's either the only one of the players that is left, can definitely make these rounds count.
They have to know that when they hear this wall very early on the attacking side, that it has to be an off angle. So they're now choosing to pivot. They do the cascade, bring that conditioning back. They have to. It forces the defenders to basically leave some players there because there still might be players up on A. But in reality, it's going to be NAOS pivoting themselves onto the B side. And with the wall already deployed by the defenders onto A, they have not a lot of line of sight blocking utility, especially when they're playing contact like this. Very silent way of working the map, very efficient way, but now the drone is gonna signal the defenders where the hit might possibly be.
And the fact that Zind is there once more with the nano swarms, it's already activated, buys a little bit of time for any of the plans to occur, but with Snowman again being controlled here. Wow, look at this job playing really close to the side, which I don't think anyone will expect at this point. Patman will clear this angle first. Paranoia, really good timing by Mojer, will save Ja, and they're able to get a kill and get a numbers advantage.
It's so difficult to do this retake like this when now it's full pressure from every angle. The double swings are coming in. Josh F tries to salvage something, but in this big disadvantage, they only lost wits for the side of NAOS, and it's just going to be so hard and pressed for time. Everything is stacked against them, especially when you give them that much space. I like the thought that Omen plays deep onto that snowman area, able to flash for both the mid side as well as playing for that back snowman control. That flash actually allowed Ja to peek and get through.
Yeah, I think that's the beautiful combo that we're seeing now from NAOS. The Ja and Mojer, it's so easy to catch up with the Jet if you have the same or a similar ability like the Omen to be able to join and bridge that gap. And therefore, it's again, an easy control alongside Witz's, again, the high tide is just so pivotal to execute B.
Yeah, the teamwork, of course, invaluable. We were talking about how in Split 1 now sort of had that small divide between the veterans and a lot of those younger players, but now it seems like that gap has either been bridged or very, very, very small because they look very cohesive. Even though the score also is a bit close, it still is showing the strengths and adaptations that NAOS has brought here on stage 2. But this time for this round, the turret already brought up onto Nest means that they have a bit more control, and this small adaptation allows them to play offsite a bit more as well.
Now it's Zind at the top, trying to see with the drone now being heard. There is a possibility. Wow, they're able. That's a lot of value on towards that drone. Able to spot 2 people onto the A site, which means, is there a possible execute? Not yet, as Mojer just trying to clear off the flank. He is with someone as well with a headshot. Mojer, beautifully done, gets 2.
Somehow, some way, the double controller setups is giving them so much pressure, but Zin looks to the right, and he lands the shot that he needs. Now is able to get 2 though for it. Puts Senior Carl in a difficult situation. 1v4, he has a rifle to work with, he has a dash available as well, and 2 smokes to maybe give him some isolated angles. But look at the positioning yet again. Every time they get the post plant, they play so far apart, pulling the map and making it so difficult to retake. Senior Carl has to watch out not only for the spawn push, but all the people on the site. He gets the backside player, but it's not going to be enough as Witz sees the bullet tracers and shoots him through the smoke. But look at the positioning from Papi Chulo. He's already in CT, playing all these angles that they basically can afford. Every time they have a man advantage, NAOS chooses to place that person in a very pesky and annoying angle, which means that they have to check the angles that you might not necessarily want to, especially when you're pressed for time. And I think it's a great strategy to pull the attention from the defensive side.
Yeah, it's such a strong secure to make sure that once the spike is down, they're able to secure that round for themselves almost 100%, especially if the enemy team still has to rotate from downtown. And now, again, we might see the clean execute that we, rather for the pistol with a swap now. Let's see what Zol Esports can do as they're heading over to B. Same story as the first pistol round as well from earlier.
They have the high tide already in place to delay a lot of this B push. Witz is there, but only with the classic, so at that long range, it might not be effective. But when you look at the map as a whole, they have a very default setup. They have 2 players already on A, the recon darts for mid, and it looks like Zol is going to choose to attack the B side as the wall falls.
Yeah, that is the timing. Witz still has that cove to buy more space, to buy more time. And right now, the execute is, yes, Zol definitely wants to get into B. But again, there's still no kills whatsoever. They're trying to extend through this time as we get to see the Viper wall already being dropped. That's the signal for them to dash in, to go through. But the Nanoswarm is going to buy a bit of time from NAOS for Zol to not be able to get the plant.
So much vision denial for them. The wall is up and it gives them just enough time to go for the plant, but it's a clean 5v5 for the retakes. Not the position you want to necessarily be with if you're on that defensive side. They're gonna wait for their team a bit to close ranks, but Jas already prepared for Xin to go for that late lurk. But will he expect the angle? He will, but he's not going to be able to land the shot a bit too to the left right there. The wall comes into play, but the multi-swing coming from the defenders able to get one, but somehow Batman's able to land two off of that. The Cove is going to buy them some time and space to go for that tap and defuse. But the high tide, will it be enough? No, it won't, because they're going to be able to push him out. Arbor on that 1v3 is where he's a bit lacking, the agent, I mean, in utility, because yes, you have the Cove, but without people to play off of it, it's very hard for you to actually get an advantage in a gunfight.
And that was indeed the struggle. And it's all to the fact that, again, Ja was able to win the 1v1 against Ja. Senor Carl was able to get a lot of kills alongside with Patman. And that's what made it difficult for Wits in the end to see if he can salvage that round. But again, giving props to Zol's pistol rounds on Icebox. They're very, very clean.
I like this turret placement also on top of yellow for now. So able to get that early control since they had that B pressure. This time around, they can focus on the A side. You can see them working it on the map as it looks like it's only going to be Zind on the opposite end going to control that. But look how close they are. The turret spots them out, so he knows that there are at least a couple of players there. He hears them for sure, but they're all going to swing into him. The Bulldog value is not going to be enough with the multi-swing. That's going to give her a rifle to the opposing team. The attackers now going to go very deep, similar to NAOS Esports on their attacking side. But look at NAOS, the terrain is already built up. Oh, they're going to choose to maybe back and rotate some players, only leaving Jet on the flank.
Yeah, the difference in style, instead of having a lot of coverage, as Josh F is able to find Poppy Chulo, Senor Carl gets his own kill, and even more. This is really good control to secure this round. NDG gets another kill in the bag for his team, but what can you do with a pistol and as well as one recon dart? He does have double shock darts, but with the fortification of this round from Zol, it is in the bag.
Speaking of the bag, the economic bag is a bit sketchy for me. Last round they bought 3 Bulldogs and had 2 Spectres, and at the end of this round you're only able to carry the Spectres through the next round and maybe 1 Bulldog, meaning that the bigger investment that they spent has all been left on the ground in the previous round. So this time they'll be on a weird buy, as if you look at Zind as well as Naru, they're on the pistols, but the rest of the team, they have forced again those 2 Bulldogs, and they have that 1 Spectre that they brought from the previous round. Now Esports on the other hand has that full rifles, and even though they've been losing these opening rounds for the half, I think they have a better shot at winning this round.
Yeah, the economy, as you said, with Zind and Naru only having pistols against a barrage of rifles on the other side, may prove to be a bit difficult. Ja is spotted, forced to give up that area, forced to give up green at least. It's 1 area cleared, 1 less angle to take care of from the side of Zol. But we haven't exactly seen the A execute just yet, and that's where they're heading over to.
They have the double controllers for the defense, but it's not going to do a lot of stall if you just choose to push through them. It's going to be allow Zol to creep up, and playing these shorter ranges will help it with their lower buy. But Wits has something to say about it. He's going to say no to those 2 players. They get the spike down, but the timing, they have to get wrapped around right now. Patman gets 1, but the reload gets him off guard. NDG lands a frag, lands another one as well, and that's going to be a very clean round. They save almost all their rifles, basically flawless there, and they're able to give the ultimate as well to NDG, furthering their ability to get the Hunter Sphere online, because it's a race. Whenever you have an opposing KJ and you do have your Sova, now that you have your only 1 orb away to get the Hunter Sphere, it can neutralize a lot of the ability that you want in that Killjoy.
Yeah, that's definitely, what do you call this, reserved already, especially when we look at Zind quite far off from the lockdown just yet, so that's definitely an advantage. But yeah, Wit started this off with a double kill into a lot of eliminations from the side of NAOS, so that's a really clean retake on their end.
A lot of factors coming into play now. A lot of adaptations. This Recon Dart and Dash very aggressive compared to a lot of slower starts that they've had on this map. But now the rifles are going to be able to allow them to clear a lot of these angles confidently. But the Omen smoke creates a one-way for them that they have to now push through. This is the type of delay that you get from bringing the Omen into your composition. It might not be damage, but just the perceived pressure that there could be someone behind that yellow or marking the smoke can already buy time for you to go for that rotate. We take a look at the map, and NAOS is already prepared for this B hit, but do they know that Killjoy in A has free access? Only the Omen is there to stay place.
Yeah, and they're already rotating, as there's not a lot of movements from the Zol side with 60 seconds left on the clock. I mean, it has been a big 50-50. Once you want to try to wait for someone to rotate from mid, it has been Zin who has been winning the 1v1s, as, again, he has been shining through the shots so far exchanged against NAOS.
NAOS, though, very stable, holding their ground, but look, 35 seconds and they're still split apart. No information. The cutting of noise from Zol has allowed them to really creep up so deep onto this B position. Look, they can go all the way to the Snowman side. The Hunter's Fury comes out. It's going to spot them as well as the Recon Dart. He has to jump up in the air. But look where they're planting. They're planting for Snowman. They're already having some adaptations go through, but will they expect the multiple players from NAOS already there? They have the Hunter's Fury online if need be, but they know one player is on yellow and one has to be on default. 3v4 right now. A lot of advantage still for NAOS, but Zol is going to be able to have this. I mean, NAOS is able to have this on the retake. Zol is able to get 2.
Wow!
Zin as well, but Papi Chulo might have something to say for it. He gets a different weapon, taps a spike, and it's not planted for any of these guys. He gets 1. Josh F is able to secure the round.
That's a lot of patience on the side of Zol. Again, it was quite 50-50. They weren't sure if it was going to be a fake. You mentioned the reduction of noise had to force NAOS to keep guessing throughout this entire round. And that was a beautiful to watch. I mean, the fact that NDG was able to get 2 kills, but at the same time, the angle that Patman had to take, it was quite worse on that position.
I mean, one downside compared to a Sentinel as a controller is, yes, you can have some form of delay. We saw him use the dark cover there on top of green or white, which allowed him to, you know, make sure that no one pushes through. But if they just choose to just go through it, you have no one to mark it. There's no real anti-flank or anything to really give you that cue that they have taken that space. And because of that, it's very difficult for the defenders to know what you're going to do.
And that has been, what do you call this, the access of the guessing game. And NAOS Esports always had to take. And for Zol, this sort of technique has been working out. And with his timeout, for sure, because of the trades of scores that we're seeing, this is a much more closer matchup. Because when we look at when they last fought, it was in a different map. NAOS against Zol, SR Nacague rather, back then. It was a dominating performance on Pearl and as well as on Lotus. But this is a different story now, as it is quite even when it comes to power levels.
Yeah, very interesting, because we know that NAOS is the master of Icebox, and then with the game coming this close, 8-8, he basically equalized. It's a great story for some teams knowing the adaptations they bring, but it might be quite worrying for NAOS. NAOS is kind of go for a play here with their eco buy, a bit desperate at times, but they're able to get 1 still. Wits with the Bulldogs going to get the frag, get control of B, meaning that they know that you're going for the A side, but that also means that Zol knows exactly where they're coming from.
Now, was again, Zin didn't expect Wits to push through that area. Now with the spike now being planted, let's see what the retake's gonna look like with just a bunch of Bulldogs. They get a kill onto Naru. He's gone. They're penetrating through this area quite quickly, and the timing Ja gets it. With 24 HP though, they are able to still cleanly eliminate Zol, and they are now 9-8, still very close.
Even on that lower buy, NAOS is able to find some sort of advantage. They know that if they stack onto that B site, that they have the man advantage. So they're going to use that, even though, you know, they got 1 player down. Look how many angles they're able to isolate together. Even if one of them falls with this lower buy, because of their aim and because of that range, they're still able to get the trades that they need to slowly creep their way back onto that A site and get another round. A great round for them, but that forces Zol into the eco.
Yeah, it's so that round was so pivotal, and now Zol, just as you said, is now on eco. The fact that NAOS is so close to all of they're one orb and 1 kill away from all of their ults. This is a potential snowball from the double digits that we'll see if NAOS is able to reach that sort of expectation.
Even though they have the buy now, they're still up heavy on that B. Look at the defense. 3 players still outside, ready for the push coming from Zol. But Zol, on the other hand, is going to actually use a very, very early drone to make sure that the front side of A is clear. They don't have a cascade to work with like NAOS, so they have to be very efficient with the util that they use. But with 1 minute remaining on the clock, they have to start making waves and making moves here, because that relentless pursuit of this map to get this round has to be their utmost priority. The Recon Dart comes out, but that doesn't pull any rotations from NAOS. They still have 3 players. If they hit the A side right now, it'll be very good for their timing. But if you look, they're already aware they have to go for the retake here for the side of NAOS.
Yeah, with the wall now down, this could possibly signal NAOS and the rest to rotate, but I can see that Ja and Mojer still trying to make their way.
Ooh.
It's a long run towards the A side. And Naru, yeah, they weren't able to plant just yet. And now with this plant, oh, the timing!
Ooh,
Is that it? They don't know someone's lurking from tubes. Mojer still, with his instincts, decides to take a quick peek, but decides to move his attention back onto A. This is interesting because Zind gives up that position and goes through the usual entryway. Senor Carl with a cloud burst, but with a lot of the recon dart initiated, Mojer gets the kill. Everyone from NAOS gets a piece of the pie, and there we go. NAOS with the numbers advantage. This should be in the bag. 20 HP for Zind, and he can't clutch it for the team. This is so close with the gun advantage, and yet this is the result.
They have the gun advantage. It's so close, and in fairness, they do get the plant and they do get a decent amount of economic advantage, but the lead is still in the favor of NAOS Esports. I like how during this retake, you can see this one-way that was placed by Mojer, and I think Patman on the Sova was trying to get a recon dart there and tried to peek out of it as well, but it was just so difficult to deal with because you can't see anything when you're in it, and because it's placed on top of pipes, your feet stick out a bit so that you're an easy pre-fire for that. It basically eliminates any threat that comes out of that elbow side of Maze, and that's one key factor that allows NAOS to really pressure the parts that they want to, because they're able to isolate the angles that they don't want to fight. They're able to swing together, and that's something that has really strengthened their team. We know that they're disciplined, but also just removing possible angles automatically brings the advantage to your team. Speaking of that though, the pace gonna be changed a bit. Carl's gonna dash fairly early, but the mollies are not gonna catch actually onto the stage, able to plant the spike.
Yeah, there's a lot of shock darts, there are a lot of nano swarms. It was just a lot. At the end of the day, Soul still is able to get the plant on top of the Viper Spit to secure and possibly take this 9-10. It is a versus of ultimate, reckoning, and as well as double lockdown. This is a lot of investment, especially for Zol. This means a lot to them. 1-for-1 so far in an exchange, and Josh F, will he use himself as this sort of bait to force NAOS to go into this Viper Spit? And now it's only 2 members left for NAOS for this retake. We'll see if the decision is to get exit frags or just give this space up and move on to the next round and save this up.
They have that operator in hand, so it looks like it's going to be the save. They also want to keep the rifle as well. They're going to use the recon dart just to make sure that no one's pushing them. But that round, so much util invested by both teams. Thankfully for Zol, it landed there in their favor. But even for NAOS Esports, it's such a difficult spot to be in. When you give that front sight so early and they're able to plant the spike, I think the most important ult there was the Viper Spit, because it brought everyone low, and the double detain Venn diagram was able to just stall out. And when you're stalling, it's advantage to the post plant, because that means that's time burning.
Yeah, and it was quite. Yeah, and that's the reason why NAOS had a difficult time getting through that retake. And now it's 9-10 still, while NAOS is in the lead. They still managed to keep their op, but that op is actually on towards B again. This Ja and Mojer combination has been working out even before the second half.
They know that the operator's in play, so they invested drone to make sure that they push him off the angle. But Ja has been that immovable object. Thankfully, though, for Zol, he does back away a bit. But the one way coming in from Mojer is going to be able to slow down a lot of the pace. Look at this This is something that a lot of teams are not used to. You can't necessarily do this with other smokes. Able to make that one way so that the right side has no pressure. Even using the second smoke very selfishly because they have a double controller setup. The Recon Dart comes in with the Hunter Sphere, but that's an Omen. He can TP out of it and he just hops his way out of danger. That's a lot of util already used. The Sova only has the Recon Dart to work with. And if you look at the rest of the team, they get control of B main.
Yeah, they get a lot of control plus mid for the side of Papi Chulo, retaining and making sure that Zind doesn't do Zind things. Again, he has been one of those players that is absolutely scary when left alone. So I love this positioning coming from NAOS. The fact that the plant hasn't been dropped yet with 20 seconds on the clock, but with a double wall, this sends an entire layer. NAOS gets a kill out to Senior Carl. The numbers are dwindling on the side of Zol. And with post-plant positioning, everyone is just towards the boxes. As Wits has the high ground, they know where everyone is. They have double controller. They can deny space away from Zol. As
the
now
swing.
the defuse, the swing, Senior Carl gets a kill onto Wits at least when the possible swing Mojer denies. And NAOS is now 11-9.
Beautiful round from NAOS, able to retake that site fairly cleanly. They're able to use their util well as well to again isolate a lot of these angles and forcing the opposing team Zol to really play into them rather than them having to swing into the post plant. You look at the replay, Papi Chulo gets one, and even though the res comes in, Wits equalizes fairly quickly, even getting more. He falls at the end of it, but he already gives his position or his teammate the positioning advantage and is able to get that flank.
Yeah, it was super effective. Zol trying their best to deny that match point away from NAOS. That's why they invested so much resources on that round. And now with that said, they still have that op that they have to worry about, especially on the hands of Ja. And we talked about how they only have this one controller, which is Josh F. So we'll see how they're able to deal with it. Ja finds the kill into Senior Carl.
Jiggles. I think that was a fairly good jiggle as well. Very narrow, but Ja is just too good with the aim. Able to land the shot in the wrist and is able to remove him from the equation. That's already -1 and with still 1 minute on the round. It's a lot of time for NAOS to play this very safe. They have the man advantage and they can keep it that way because they have so much util denying. Kitchen watched already by the KJ utility. A watched by Ja. And even more util from the alarm bot holding B. Zind manages to get Wits though. That's one controller down, but they still have Mojer on the retake to have that dark cover assists incoming. Batman's gonna try to get some space up, as well as Naru. The two former talent players just stacking up, able to get a bit more control, but will he expect this? They surround the operator, but his teammate defends him just long enough for him to reorient his crosshair. He's on the backside. It's going to be one to swing into him, but it's going to be Josh F removing the flanker. They get the operator down, but now in a 1v1, it's Mojer against Batman. What are they going to do? The spike is already down, so it's going to be... How is this going to play out?
That's the biggest question with a lot of smokes here. He has to think, knowing that there's an Omen as the last person from the other side, he has to think, is he going to come from up? Is he going to come from down? Now we're going to meet eye to eye as Padman is able to clutch 10-11. This is just so sweaty, Fluffy.
So sweaty indeed. Now both on the double digits on the board. The first opening shot from Ja was too crispy, but Wits falls. And with the right side collapsing onto the A side, Ja gets surrounded. An operator good at holding one angle, but not great when you're getting flanked like that. That's a lot of investment, but thankfully for NAOS Esports, they've built that economy, allowing them to still repurchase that operator. Ja also has access to the knives this round, but Senior Carl has the knives of his own to maybe reply. The recon dart looks like it's going to come in very early for Zol as they take this early A pressure. A very simple A for them. Hopefully it does work out for the attacking team, but the high tide is going to try to sneak one in, but Mojer just TPs too much. The knives again from the sky. Senior Carl able to take out Wits as well. That's the controllers down, both of them in fact. So the retake's going to be very difficult. The operator's still there to watch out for any aggression though, and NDG is already ready to swat him out of the sky. He gets Senior Carl. The operator's swing, it's not going to be in the correct angle. It's all Ja against the world. He's going to be able to get the first. He has the knives. He has the updraft as well. Will he get the planter? Oh, but no, Patman already there, marking the rafters area, ready for the swing of Ja.
Yeah, they were able to take it now. It's so close. It's so even. And it's all due to Senior Carl's opening hand and opening kill. He's able to fly across the sky despite now NDG, what do you call this? Eliminating him eventually. But just as you said, Fluffy, removing the two pivotal members of denying information was immediately taken out.
Immediately taken out, and hopefully NAOS is able to recover from that. They invested so much, they forced them into another save, but thankfully it's 11-11, so they have a bit of a bye. They're able to get spotted out. Ja is actually not getting forced back as much. He just drops by in Gen, but that gives control of early aiming to Zol.
And this is very critical. Both teams already match point, and the success of the hits have been constantly for the side of Zol.
Able to still get that control, have the ultimate in play. Wits has the Reckoning, and we've seen how deadly NAOS can be on the retake, especially when they have a lot of the shots landing. Moser setting an example already. NDG to follow up. Patman and Zin is going to be able to equalize, but now with a 2v2 and a better buy, they have the positioning, but only 7 bullets for Zin, and Josh F is isolated, but NAOS is playing together, pushing through the ties. The Recon Dart is going to make that weapon even lower, but Josh F has the timing, but he hasn't made a move, but Zin doesn't need it. He's already to get that 2, get that 4K, and push them to match point. The Masters of Icebox, NAOS Esports, faltering on the cold.
I swear, dude, Zind again has been a huge headache against NAOS. Every single time, he's one of the only members left to clutch for the team. He's able to make it count. He's able to make it work. And that's exactly why he's 3 kills away, to a 30k into this game. He has lockdown to secure this round. They have the important ults for this for their side. We'll see if they're able to secure this, or are we going for overtime?
Hopefully for now, Esports to go for the overtime and the aggression already. They want it, they need it. They're able to get one, but Patman is just going to use that Hyundai's Fury and delete one. Zind also taking out Mojer. That means that it's only Wits, Papi Chulo, and NDG for the side of NAOS Esports to save the game. They need this round. It's desperate times for them. They have the drone available, but look at the angle that NDG's playing. It's very one and done. He gets spotted out, gets damaged a bit, pushed out, but it's not going to be enough to actually secure a frag. But Wits is able to get one and equalize the situation.
A really good headshot there. Really, really badly needed. Especially, again, we keep talking about Zind as this sort of foundation for the side of Zol in these rounds, in these long-drawn rounds. And now it's so intense. 3v3, just as you said. They both have controllers in the bag. But with this rotation coming from NAOS, 2 members are at B. If they're able to get a plant almost immediately, that means Zol has more time to secure post-plant position.
They have a bit more time to work with, 30 seconds, and cutting noise means that the defenders have no idea where they are. They only have control of the B site. They don't know if any players are actually in B main, so they can go for this plant very cleanly on the A site. It's 3v3 right now. The weapons are equal, so it's all going to be up to the utility. They popped the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah,
it's not gonna connect. He's able to dodge and dip away from that, able to get the plant still.
Yeah, 10 seconds on the clock. There's still a lot of time. Zol, again, 1 win away to take this series into 1-0 as their opening map match. Now, everyone's from NAOS trying to get information. Naro gets the first kill on Royce's 3v3. He gets another. And now it's all up to Papi Chulo to take this into overtime. He doesn't have a lot of utilities in the bag anymore to get information. And with the lockdown activated, it's in Zol's hands as Josh F finishes this round and Zol wins Icebox.
Josh F, the addition to the former NCG roster, now in Zol's banner, able to finally get the first map. NAOS Esports, we said they were the masters of Icebox. We said this team has the factors, has the components to really push themselves and evolve. And they've evolved by changing up to that Omen, but it hasn't paid off. Maybe that's a question for them if the tried and true method is better. But congratulations to Zol getting that first map. It is the best of 3 after all, so they can still strike back. But still a great showing for this team, coming again from the open qualifiers.
And that's the thing. This is already like a stage set. This is Zol Esports having to go up against the champions of Split 1. They fought them recently in the upper bracket under the SR Nacague banner, and they lost 0-2 against NAOS Esports in a convincing fashion. The scores were, what, 12-5, 12-4, something like that, and that means they improved a lot as a team. And not only that, their dynamics in under the Zol Esports banner alongside Josh F is proven to be what like a really, really strong and solid team so far.
So far, the fundamentals seem to be there. They know when they get space to play discipline. It looks like that when they have anything. If you look at take a look actually on the post-match statistics, we can see here that Zol 13-11 for NAOS. Zind playing so well, getting 2 opening frags and a great combat score as well. On the opposite side, we saw Jat play on that operator with those knives, getting those abilities, and is the MVP for NAOS Esports.
Yeah, Zind, again, even from the defensive round, Zind has been landing a lot of clutch moments for the squad. It doesn't really matter if NAOS had the numbers advantage. Zind is there to save the round and get, what, 4 kills, 3 kills to even up the number score.
Even it up, but hopefully NAOS' challenge is to even up the score now. They're already down a game. Hopefully moving on to the next map, they're going to be able to get one. But looking at the stats for Icebox, you're right. Even the Thrifties go NAOS this way. They have all the tools, but something has just not been clicking. I don't know if it's the giving up too much space or maybe not playing together. I feel like on the attacking side, sometimes they play a bit greedy. We take a look at the highlights here and we can see the overall theme of the map, how they're able to really stabilize the round for the side of Zol. And for NAOS, how they're able to take space, and actually so much space that sometimes I feel like parts of it might be brittle.
Yeah, I feel like NAOS's attack is definitely better than their defense. Rather, like we saw how much control NAOS gets when it comes to the B side take, having control so far as extended until Snowman, and just denying any sort of retake away from Zol Esports. But on the other hand, I feel like it's a different scenario this time around. They didn't have an answer for retakes on the A side takes that Zol decided to initiate every single time.
A lot of those retakes are just so difficult, especially with the paranoia coming into play. You see how NAOS Esports is able to leverage it at times. So when it doesn't land, we talked about how earlier, you know, it's a lot of value when it's used correctly, but when it doesn't land, it feels very bad.
Yeah, especially, again, we're talking about big expectations for NAOS Esports. We were expecting, again, considering that they're the champions, but Zol Esports is able to even land their own statement, as we have Josh F from Zol delivering the win with Grab Unlimited.
Josh F, we saw that this is the new kid on the block for the roster, and he's paid a great deal into how his team has really paved the way to win that first map. Hopefully they carry that momentum off to the second.
Which is going to be a very interesting preview, because we mentioned that yes, they won in against NAOS, the masters of Icebox from Split 1, the champions of Split 1 even. But when we look at their previous match against NAOS under the SR Nacague banner for most of these players, they lost at Pearl against NAOS, sending them down to the lower bracket. So hopefully this is again, different Zol Esports, and they're able to repair, again, some of the weaknesses that they encountered against NAOS back then.
I mean, if you take map 1 as evidence to the fact that they have changed a bit and have been able to adapt, hopefully we see after the break how they adapt to the next map.
Yep, siree. And there you go. That is Icebox. That has been map number 1. We still have potentially 2 more to go as we head on over to a short break. So don't go away. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the current series of the day. It's our very first series of the first day of Split 2 of VCT Philippines. My name is Riku. Joining me once more is Fluffy02. And just as we said, we're currently in the middle of such an intense matchup between NAOS Esports versus Zol Esports, who is now currently 1-0 in this BO3 series. We just concluded our Icebox map, and we're heading on over to our second, which is going to be Pearl. And before we, talk about the match, talk about our expectations, just want to say real quick that we're currently available in 2 other languages. You're currently watching the English broadcast, but we also have an English Filipino broadcast available that is available on YouTube, Facebook, and as well as Twitch. And yeah, there you go.
And if you're obviously sticking with us throughout the rest of the day, don't forget to get yourself some food because someone else is hungry here in my room. But other than that, you can always make sure that you get the great food that you want from Grab Unlimited, our official sponsor. You can celebrate great wins and great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now, free for your first month.
Is your cat meowing every time you say grab food or something?
I mean, who wouldn't, honestly, at this point? When you say grab, you gotta meow. Everyone's hungry, even the pets.
That's so cute. That's adorable. And yes, there we go. Just as we mentioned, we're currently in the middle of our first series of the day. Well, first day of our split number 2. And it is between Zol Esports versus NAOS. Currently, it was a back and forth in the first map, which was Icebox. But at the end, Zol Esports had a strong showing, winning the first map of the day. But for Pearl, again, we talked about before the break, we said, hey, NAOS Esports was able to take on Zol Esports back then under the Nacague banner, and they won quite convincingly. So I'm curious to see what are the changes and what kind of match are we expecting today.
Well, that's the beauty of a new split. Split 1, we have all the stats that we can refer to, but split 2, we are into the unknown. And as we step into it, we can see already the shakeup happening. We have Icebox, which we know NAOS is very strong at. They have new adaptations, bringing in that Omen, but it just hits different. We saw that Zol this time around was able to take control of that map, so hopefully for them, they'll be able to secure the series if they want to win. And for NAOS Esports, they have to bring that adaptation and combine that with beautiful execution, because the plans that they have in their head have to play out here on the battlefield. And on Pearl, I think that NAOS is also fairly strong. Looking at their stats from Split 1, we see that they have that 83% win rate out of the 6 games that they played. Mostly on that attacking side. Every time that they've started, they've had a strong finish. They've had a couple comp changes here and there, mostly around the duelist between the Jet or the Raze. But regardless of which they bring, it seems like they have a very good read on this map.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's one of those things where we had high expectations too when we looked at the Icebox map. They were, we dubbed them, as the masters of Icebox, and Zol Esports was able to deny right from the get-go. So there is that big possibility, despite seeing how NAOS basically bulldozed the competition in the playoffs in Split 1. This new dawn, this new beginning for a lot of these teams is definitely a chance for a lot of these teams to take and bridge that gap. Exactly what we saw in that Icebox maps that Zol Esports was able to execute and win.
They were able to win the first map, but it wasn't a clean victory from either side. Ecos, back and forth, Rifties as well for NAOS Esports, but it was mainly how they were able to overcome that mound, that grind, and climb over the mountain. That is the champions of Split 1 NAOS Esports. Able to find the gaps in their system and able to find the frags that they need. This ability and consistency is something that they hopefully bring onto the next map. And I know that on their former roster, NCG wasn't also, they weren't necessarily the best on Pearl, but they did have a couple good reads here and there. And after the break, I'm sure that they've practiced where their flaws are at and has hopefully adapted that as we move on to the next one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see as well the dynamics when it comes to composition, as we saw a different approach for Icebox for both of these teams. You saw, the double controller on the side of NAOS, but on the other hand, it was the double sentinel, which, as you mentioned, which was more standard with a Viper on that icebox map. So with these two clashing, approaches, makes me wonder, considering that Pearl is such a huge map to deal with, and a lot of the pain of some of the teams back then of Split 1. Pearl has been truly a challenge for a lot of the teams.
A lot of the teams, even at the top teams, Oasis Gaming always had a difficulty with that. But even, I think, just the design of the map means that if you don't have good control or a good read on what's happening, it's very hard to figure out where they're gonna go. The mid of Pearl is designed in such a way that if you lose it, it gives too much map control. So you have to find a way to stabilize it on the defense side. But you still have to prod and peek for information, especially on B long. If you lose B long too early, we see how most teams are able to bulldoze that lane and is able to plant the spike and play that extremely difficult to retake post plant, especially if you don't have a Sage or anything, because the long angle just gives so much advantage to the attacking side. So the defense is really important on Pearl.
Which makes me absolutely curious to see if ever we're going to be seeing an op be prioritized, because when we looked at Icebox, it was Ja who constantly had that op, and on the other hand, it was Senior Carl who relied heavily on the Blade Storm to create these avenues. And now we're heading on over to Agent Select. NAOS will start on the defense, or rather on the attacking side, as Zol on the defense. We'll see now the difference or the possible similarities in the agent selection.
I mean, speaking of similarities, a couple of agents hovered, but it looks like for NAOS Esports, they're going to be able to lock in that Sky and ever-reliable Viper, as well as Asha. Sticking to that double controller theme, it's very good, especially on defense, because you're able to smoke A main essentially forever with both the Nebulas and the Viper Orb. And on the other side, we see a Phoenix coming in from Senior Carl. Last map we saw him on the Jet. This one a bit less mobile, but able to farm a lot of the orbs on the attacking side and able to push that man advantage, which is so invaluable even further.
Yeah, the fact that you have that, second life coming from Naru on the Sage. Sorry, I thought that we were finally going to be seeing a Gecko in play. But with that said, it is quite standard. We see the Astra being absolutely scary on a map such as Pearl. But yeah, it's still the double controller on the side of, of NAOS, still sticking to what worked, that slowly worked rather in Icebox.
When you take a look at their composition for NAOS, we normally see them run that Viper Astra, and this is a familiar comp that is tried and tested. So instead of going for a bit more experimental like the first map, they're just going to go with what they know and what works, and I think that's valid in itself. Zol, on the other hand, they have the Sage, great on the retake. They're replacing their second controller with it instead. It has a lot of slow potential, and like you mentioned, a lot of lives can be brought back. The run it back and the resurrection for anyone, or even the Phoenix as well, can be something that is always valuable, especially because they have the Sky. Both of them able to regenerate their team, so they can prod and peak a bit more efficiently as long as they don't actually die, so they just get healed back all over again.
You're right. There's a lot of sustainability on the side of Zol Esports, which is quite helpful considering that it feels like they are the type of team that really loves to extend through these rounds, especially when they go through attacking. NAOS, on the other hand, it's a very familiar setup for themselves. Curious to see how the Jet versus Phoenix duel.
Senior Carl is going to be able to get that early orb, funneling himself with another way to get his ultimate even faster than just getting frags alone. On the other side, we see NAOS defaulting quite a bit on the attacking side. They get some prod, but this wall, will they wait for it to fall or will they push through it? Because a lot of perceived pressure is actually behind this barrier. The mid control already in their favor as Naru is trying to get some information using a quick peek just to see if anyone's walking into the art, but otherwise a very standard play.
Yeah, the wall coming from Papi Chulo enabled Zol to sort of rotate and expect people from long. They don't have a lot of vision to work with. As now Ja is able to get first blood against Naru. Ja already enters the site, full control. The rest of now still has to make their way through this site. Quite a long way to go. And everything is pretty much cleared as now have full control over this area. Just is able out Senor Carl, but he backs away instead.
Backs away very smartly, able to get the spike down. Naru falls. Oh, the dink comes in, but it's not going to be enough. Senor Carl is just too tanky. He's going to be able to heal himself up as well with the Blaze and is able to, the hot hands rather, and it's going to be able to fight still. Has the one flash available, but he doesn't check it right. The crossfire already set up by now, so it's going to be a bit too strong, and it's going to be enough to eliminate the back foot of Zol.
Yeah, nicely done start. It has been Zol constantly winning all of the pistol rounds from Icebox, and now it's a different game. Now as Esports is able to take that, well, not cleanly, as there was only 2 members left in the team as the round ended.
The round ends, but a new dawn begins. They have that eco buy, but now Esports very heavily investing into this round. The full Bulldogs, full armor. What they lack in utility, they make up in that firepower. NDG, though, because of the Bulldog buy, only has 2 smokes to work with, meaning that if they delay the game long enough, he could actually lack the util later on. The Nebula's already come in. It's going to be a Dissipate, but they have that Viper that we always mentioned with a double controller set up to cover for a lot of these line of sight blocking. The second star comes in, the hot hands as well. They don't want to give any ground.
Yeah, they're delaying this push definitely from NAOS. No kills just yet coming from Ja, but this buys them a bit of time to work with. Look at the rotation once more coming from the side of Zol. They're still trying to question which is the point of entry here from NAOS, and the answer is still B, as they run back again to the site. They weren't sure because of the Viper wall. They didn't have a lot of information, so now the retake is going to be in their hands.
The retake gonna come in shortly, but this is still time for NAOS that is ticking for them. Able to buy a bit more with the fake from the Viper wall means that the regrouping of Zol is a bit delayed as well. The smokes finally come in at a great timing too, able to extend the delay even further. Zol has to make a move here. They can't afford to just wait, but they are on that lower buy. They have to decide which they're gonna swing to together, because doing it individually is detrimental. Ja lands one already with a weapon advantage. They're able to penetrate through that dugout side, and the fight, the scrap happens. Now Esports is just allowing Zol to funnel into them, and they get that clean round. Not only do they secure the second round, they don't lose anyone, and they bring all the Bulldogs into the third round, into Zol's buy. This is the best positioning for your team economically that you can be in.
Yeah, this is definitely the best outcome. That was so cleanly done by NAOS, that take on towards the site. Zol didn't have a lot of information, thinking that NAOS would have rotated heavily on towards B, and that's why the spike plant had a lot of time burnt. Zol's pressure was building up on their end.
And here we have the next round, the buy round, all important for Zol. They get some damage into NAOS early, but the dog's gonna come through as well as the duelist. The explosivity of NAOS is gonna bring them closer to sight, but the damage has already been done to Ja. Still alive though, still ever potent. The flash comes through, and even through the anti-flash, NDG is able to land one. Josh F has no stars to work with, so he has to play contact off. He's spamming through the smokes in case anyone's close, but the spike's already planted, and the retake is gonna begin.
It's so difficult for that retake from Zol. There's 3 people playing on the side. There's 2 watching art, seeing if anybody's gonna come from mid. And with that said, they pretty much covered a lot of these angles. Now 5v4 still, with better buys on the side of Zol. Time is ticking though. Josh F, 20 HP. Doesn't have a lot of stars to work with, unfortunately. With the slow orbs, trying to narrow down some of these angles nicely, but headshot. The Papichulo with a trade, the spray down, 2v2. Again, they don't have a lot of time. Energy is able to get a kill with Patman with a trade. He doesn't know where Mojer is. He's trying to figure out. He's at Flowers, but he doesn't have time anymore, as now it secures the round.
So much confusion on the site, so much utility being thrown. Wits, with a solo play, was able to at least buy time and pull a lot of attention towards himself, meaning that the retake from Zol with the man down was already very confusing for them, splitting apart their attention. And even though Naru was able to get some, the timing of the wall was just not enough. They didn't expect them to play that close. NAOS was able to scrap that round because they had that buy for the previous round. They didn't have to spend for anything because they brought so many Bulldogs in. They actually can all upgrade onto the rifles, and the one that was left behind still has the Bulldog.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. The gain, the payback, the investment that NAOS is able to do really paid off now, as we see Seekers available for Wits. We'll see if that's going to be used to gather information for themselves.
Senior Carl, though, he has to run it back. He does have that low armor, and with the new changes to the run it back, it means that he carries that armor when he uses his ultimate. So it may be a way for them to take space a bit less risky, but because they're on that defensive side and they are stacked on the A side, there's so much control here on B for NAOS. Already crept up so close. Ja has the angle already, and there's nothing for contact. It's only the Astra. They have some stars on the ground ready to smoke or maybe use for different utility, but they know where Josh F is. They know they already dealt the damage, and Ja so confident, able to push through this. They might not expect him to make the solo play. Patman watching the wrong angle. Wit's able to get one as well. He sees one through the smoke, but Mojo's able to get one. Josh F salvages something, but is it going to be enough? Now Esports is just too much pressure, too much time, and it's Zin left alone.
The only one left. I mean, we've seen him clutch a couple of rounds, but this is a bit dicey because it's so difficult to isolate these angles when you know where Zind is going to be coming from. And therefore, that's like, what, 3 people looking at the entrance of that angle? So it's, yeah, very difficult to even try to clutch.
Very difficult indeed. And NAOS gets away with another round. Again, we talk about the economic advantage, and they're able to bring 3 rivals onto the next round, even able to buy up for their teammates. It's now even Steven, though, as Zol Esports has rivals on their own. But we take a look at the last round, and we see how well the pressure from NAOS Esports allowed them to get the space onto B that they needed.
And that is why the timeout is coming. It's 0-4. It's the complete opposite of what we saw in Icebox. And remember what history has told us, at least of us, as a recent experience between the 4 players that we saw from SR Nacague. They had a very difficult time against NAOS on this particular map. So again, I wouldn't really say testing grounds, but one of those things to see where they're at against NAOS in this map in particular.
It's a way for them to measure how they stack up on these other teams, but it is also a very important game because it's still part of the group stages. Zol with an important timeout, though. Hopefully they think of some great new strategies and adaptations. They have a lot of util this round, and they have the firepower to back it up. They have to run it back, and it looks like the ship is going to sail soon as the tactical pause ends.
That should wet.
And that's exactly what we're talking about. It is very important, still part of the regular season. It is, again, we spoke about it. We heard from the panel. The top 6 will proceed throughout the playoffs. And seeding is, of course, very important to get you through that edge. But it's just day 1. Probably a little too early to mention. But again, every single score will count, especially once we've witnessed how clutch, how tight the competition was back in Split 1.
Speaking of how tight the competition is, the last map we saw the back and forth, but this time now it looks like they want to extend that lead even further. Again, they're able to pull themselves closer and closer to the B side, but the adaptation this time from Zol with a fast flank is going to be able to make a quicker pinch than before.
It was a quick execute, just as you said. A lot of members from Zol actually coming from different angles. One from long, by pairs. Padman eliminates the first one off. Ja is gone, but the Seekers and the Cosmic Divide will push and gain a lot of space for the side of NAOS. Look at this push, though. They aren't able to spot Zind, but Naru there with the immediate trade as well. 3v2 now. Very winnable for Zol. Even firepower. They know someone is from Hall 1 with this defuse. Will he make it? Yes, he will, of course. Quite early. Really nicely done retake by Zol.
Zol's tactical timeout paid off in dividends. Instead of allowing NAOS to just take the site on B, they're willing to still give up B, but this time with the fast flank coming into play, they're able to take the space that they need to get the timing. That way they get the pressure from B long on the retake, even though they lose B-Link. B-Link, I think, is what NAOS was focusing on because they're so used to everyone playing in that area for Zol before the attack. But now with the adjustments, they had to play all the angles. They can't just stack up and take more and more of sight. They have to be very wary of where Zol can come from this time around.
Yeah, the buddy system was very effective for the side of Zol's retake. 2-2-1. And now the quick rotation from NAOS actually to move towards B, as the Viper wall is already pretty much set up in that area. Ja, very patient here, not pushing too forward, unable to see anyone from Link, but someone is right there, and that's going to be Josh F.
Here.
It's gonna be Ja looking to catch one off the rotate. He's playing so deep, but the Seekers are gonna push him back. The entire zoo thrown at him. He's forced to use his Cloudburst to try to survive. He still has the knives though to work with at his close range. Can be very effective, but the slows might give him an opportunity to peek. He does get one. He drops slow, but the Viper Split's gonna be hindering a lot of this retake ability. The shots come through. Now Wits able to get 3, able to get 4 through the smoke, through the poison, fire and flames. Wits is able to come out on top.
What a round. That was complete chaos. We saw the Viper Spit even adding into that good chaos for the side of NAOS. As we take a look at the replay, Ja was the first one in Hall and basically created a lot of space for NAOS to execute this plant.
A great retake. Wits playing such a pivotal role on that. And because of that, they secure another round. Now Esports pushing the envelope, pushing their lead into the stratosphere. 4 rounds separate the team, and it's only halfway through the first half.
Very, very intense showing from NAOS. And they did this before. They tried to do an execute onto A while quickly pivoting onto B. The Viper's wall still there. Ja gets first blood onto Patman. There's still one more right there. Ja finds the second. And that's complete control right now. Ja making the entry count once more.
His teammates also with the assist. The dog coming from Wits trailblaze his way with a concuss, able to land him the second frag, gifting his teammate another opportunity at life, but also to take space on site. Because of that, we see how Ja, even on the B side and now on the A side, has played this very advanced position. He's taken all the way up to secret, and he might be able to find more of this lower buy. Josh F is trying to salvage something. The hot hands pushes him off of the spike, but no one's actually there. The peak from Ja is able to get a third as well, still alive. Will he go for more? Will he get the ace? No, he won't. He gets the 4K, but his team is able to still secure the round. And again, another round for NAOS. Zol looking very lost this game compared to Icebox. They had a tactical pause, it worked out for them, but the util not in their favor this time around.
Yeah, that's it was due to, again, Ja winning a lot of these gunfights, the initial gunfights rather. We get to see Naru trying to get a bit of a peek, but still lost. Ja still doing it, still being very effective and very confident on these entries.
We notice also the adaptations that NAOS has brought in. This time around, even in the previous map, the main duelist was actually Ja, and this time it's still Ja with Mojo switching up onto that Sentinel role, showing a bit more veterancy from what we're used to seeing from him. But Wits now has the ultimate available, so those Seekers can come online at any time. They've been so successful because there's no one to challenge them on this B long. They get so much free control, and the rotates always come in from Zol very late. That's why Ja can play these positions. But this time around, it's taking a bit of time for them with these early smokes, and they are ready for this hit on B.
Yeah, they have no information. We get to see Wit still keeping the Seekers in his pocket, waiting for the perfect timing for it, for being able to get information. But so far, there's a very far lurk from the side of Mojer, and as well as the same thing can be said for Patman retaining his position. 48 seconds on the clock. This is getting very intense. The silence must be deafening for Zol as they actually try and rotate and see, considering as the Seekers now activated. Xin with a response of his own with a lockdown. He knows someone's from heaven. Wits with a plant already. He's going to brave the Nano Swarm storm as he's able to survive through that onslaught. And now with the lockdown initiated and the Cosmic Divide as a response, this means the space created by NAOS is still right there. Look at that. He's gonna stick through it. Not even half. He had to give it up. With that said,
it's the gravity well.
Yeah, it's the gravity well not allowing Zol for that defuse. It's already half at least. 2v3 situation. Papi Chulo pushing through that Cosmic Divide. And with that being expired, Josh F finds a lot of these kills. Mojer circling around from Hall, and he gets the spray down transfer. He gets the clutch for NAOS.
NAOS with the repositioning on the hand of Mojer is able to find that pesky angle, the angle that no one expected, but from the shadows he strikes, able to find 2 and secure another round for them. I like how NAOS conditioned them that they're always going to take B, But this time they tried to allow their Killjoy to make presence back on A yet again and just wait out, cut noise, and re-hit the site. But unfortunately for them, Zol was very ready for it. But on the other hand, it still worked out because of the heroics coming from Mojer.
Yeah, it felt like an exchange of moments. There were a lot of highlights for Josh F in that round, and then the next, it was, again, Mojer saving the day, able to reposition amongst the chaos, just as you said. But now it's a new round, a lot of utility is still invested on towards long, and it feels like NAOS is doing the same thing that succeeded earlier.
Success with repetition. That's the NAOS plan right now. Josh F is playing the same position as well, and Ja spots him out, uses his util at the wrong time. Ja able to still find another somehow. He's a monster this game, just clearing everything that he needs to. Mojer finds the flanker as well, but will he expect the second? Everyone's already looking to be main, but Mojer turns around. The game sense, he knows Naru's there, he can smell him, and it's Zind. Left alone on Heaven again. This feels like a familiar tale that we've seen multiple times. He's going to peek, but if he does, it's in so many players. Jazz able to find yet another one.
Very clean. No one fell from battle. And while it was a lower buy on the side of Zol, NAOS is still able to make very aggressive moves towards this play and just deny any kills whatsoever against Zol.
Zol's not able to really get that early pressure onto B. They have to be able to fight for him somehow, whether that's a manpower play or maybe just an operator if they have the econ for it. But they have to do something about these B hits. But look at NAOS. They know that they've conditioned them for the B hit. So this time around, they're going for A. Able to contest the orb that Senior Carl really wants. Ja and NDG swings are able to find 3 for themselves, 2 for NDG and 1 for Ja. Now the disadvantage coming in from Zol. They have to go for the retake as well.
Crazy start of this round for NAOS, and it feels very very dire for the side of Zol. 1-8 start, and we'll see if there's going to be a little bit of attempt, knowing Josh F is able to get a kill on Wits, but Mojer is right there waiting on that angle, and we said it was dire, so Zind may just decide to save.
Smart move to save. They have not much economy to work with, so this Vandal will be invaluable as they move on to the next round. But taking a look at the scoreboard, 1-8 and most likely 1-9 is going to be so difficult to deal with. But a veteran team like Zol should be able to come back from this. They just need a quick adaptations here and there. Maybe the attacking side will do them some favors as well. But right now, the pressure's on them to quickly find some value, find some rounds. But now it's on the hunt still. They remove that save from Zin. There goes that option for them. So all they have to do now is just pray that they get more value out of this round. If they lose that Vandal, means that their buy effectively is worse.
That's the scary part. It feels like a complete control of this map by NAOS, and they're not showing any signs of slowing down at all. They're very close to some of these ultimates from Wits and as well as from NDG. Mojer as well to boot. Some of these orbs, couple of kills. Very important to snowball into the double digits. So we'll see if that's possible with a bunch of Bulldogs on the side of Zol. And for now, it's a complete full buy on their end.
Batman this time, challenging that B-long angle. He shoots the Trailblazer, but just able to show some presence. This wall from Naru is going to be invaluable as well because it stops them from taking the backside of that hall. So, but now just chooses to rotate. They say, never mind, that's a lot of util. They already are slowly adapting. So let's hit the site where they haven't adapted as much, which is A.
And that's the reason why there's a lot of heavy investment instead of the alarm bots. Not on A this time, but the Nanoswarm's going to be at B. We can see that Zind moving towards dugout. Has to wait for the rest of the squad to come to his rescue. He's the only one there. He takes a peek. Ja says peekaboo. Cabin tries to dodge the bird, is denied. 3v5, very strong round from NAOS. This is looking like a 10-1 right now.
It looks so good for them. Ja still hungry for more. Him and... Oh no, Ja just gets the 4K. I thought the assist from NDG was going to help a bit, but it seems like Ja just... He takes so much control. He goes so deep. He's literally the vanguard, the tip of the spear for NAOS. Able to somehow survive the entry as well as make it all the way to clear the backside. In the B side, he goes all the way to CT, and this side on A, he still makes it somehow to CT. So whatever they're doing is working, because with 1 round remaining, the best that Zol can hope for is at 210.
Yeah, he goes wherever he pleases, honestly. Like, there's no punish whatsoever in how deep he can go throughout the map. Even unleashes the Blade Storm already. Ja prepared to possibly take this into 1 and 11 as they head on over from long.
They're bringing out the similar story from the previous round, the tried and true tested strategy of pressuring B, but this time they're pivoting. They know that Zol is now going to take map control, so they have Mojo already ready for the flank in case they push through. They're re-clearing it now, but look at the rotates from the defensive side. They've given up A. Only the Star in the turret playing for contact, and Jazz able to re-clear mid as well. This is great map control and map movements coming from NAOS Esports. A great read from them. With 4 stars also in the pocket of NDG, they have everything they need to do to get this hit with only 1 player on site. That's going to be Zin, but the pinch is going to be intense as the Trailblazers are going to trail away the victory. They spotted the Nanoswarm and turret as well, but look who's not far behind it. It's Ja. He knows how to go up and above, but where's he going to land? On top of the roof. Mind
Yeah,
you, spot one lands from the sky.
He's flying, but immediately denied by Senor Carl. They expected this kind of play with the Seekers now activated. Wow, Papman, Senor Carl. Now the 2 versus 2. The spike just about to be planted. Run it back activated. He has that second life, just as we mentioned, but it's all up to Josh F to protect him as he's able to respawn. Wits playing this very quietly with the spike now planted. He has time possibly on his side, but the numbers advantage. He gets 1. Now it's a 1v1 with 8 bullets. Josh F denies that, and now it's 2-10 for Zol.
5 HP and the Dream. They're able to finally find the round that they desperately need for Zol. But is that going to be enough to be the real game changer as the sides do swap?
That is the question as the reset comes in. It is now NAOS on the defending end, and we all know Zol, it's a different map, but Icebox, they showed how coordinated they can get when it comes to attacking. As we take a look at the replay from the previous round, we talked about how Ja does whatever he pleases, but he gets denied, it gets traded rather, right away.
This time around, though, at least for Zol, they will have access to a lot of these easy orbs to take for the attacking side, especially on B. Looks like they're going to posture this way as well, ready for it. But unlike Zol's defense, NAOS has a couple of players already stacked onto the B side with Ja there, ready to fight for it.
Yeah, let's see. Playing quite close. Ja is able to dodge the flash. He knows that the investment of utility is for long rather. Looking with the Sheriff, decides to dash away.
Smart move, playing his life. Able to move back and at least get the info that they are taking a lot of B main presence. His teammates working up on the A side, but it's a little too late for them. The hit's gonna come in really quick, and the off-angle boost coming in from Naru is gonna be able to give them an angle above the Viper wall, which they might really use him to play. Patman gets 1, they drop the other player low, but Mojer comes in big, is able to get 4 players. Is this gonna be the ace for Mojer? Only 14 HP, and they know that the Trailblazer is already coming from, has already cleared them, rather. And then they know where Zen is. The spike not even planted for him. They can play contact off of this, especially with the Viper ball as well. He only has the alarm bot, and it's not a lot of things to work with for him. Everything is stacked against him.
Yeah, it's right in the middle of this open space. Zind can try to isolate these angles for Heaven, but having to scout for the rest of the members is another story. He'll slowly creep his way in. There's really no choice for him. They all line up. Will he make the shot? No! Quite close, but Wits is able to win that round for NAOS.
He gets the first shot, which allows him to get the second on the already low Mojer. But unfortunately, Wits is playing a different angle, and although he does the damage, it's just not enough. I like the idea behind this wall to get some space, but if this wall was used in a different capacity, especially on the pistol round when it's extremely, I guess, in a way, tankier because the damage is a lot lower, it might have been the difference between them taking the site and losing players and playing long rather than just fighting for site in the open behind that Viper wall.
And that would have been some sort of the approach in a 1v3 scenario. We'll see now if Zol is able to set up differently on their end. And it's 2-11. It's a tough mountain to climb. But NAOS has no signs of slowing down at all.
Looks like Zol's gonna try to make a play of their own. They do have that Phoenix to stack on those orbs from, but they don't have a lot of rounds to work with. By losing the pistol, it means that NAOS is on their better buy, and it could possibly be the round that sets them close to match point. Poppy Churro already gets one with the rage advantage of the buy, and the great gravity well is able to slow their push down. The spike is dropped, but it looks like Witch is gonna go for more. The flash is coming. They already expect one Mojer. Witz able to get two. It's only Senior Carl left. He has a Spectre to work with, but it's not a lot. 49 HP, no way to really heal himself off of this. One bullet in the chamber off of the Sheriff. Will he be able to land one? No, he won't. Ja just gets the angle further from the corner, able to see his body before Senior Carl even sees anything.
Yeah, they wanted to make it like a quick round, an entryway towards A, but again, the Astra combo onto that choke point with the gravity well into a concuss is just really, really painful to deal with.
You saw how Zol was punished for their passive play style on the defense. So this time they have to play a bit more active. It's do or die for them for this map, and they're able to force out the rifles that they do need. They're low on the armors, they're low on the util, but against NAOS Esports lower buy, it still gives them a very good fighting chance. The earlier flash is going to deny some space and get some info knowing where the hit is going to be, but Ja playing that very advanced position onto the B side also means that they have a for sure read that they are playing this angle.
Yeah, they're able to get that early information that, oh hey, NAOS, or rather Zol, pretty funneled onto that other portion of that map. And just like you said, this gives a lot of space for NAOS to work with in the information game. Look at Xin, though. He's trying to push through this B area, already hovering. This might be an interesting 1v1 that we might see. It's going to be a Sheriff versus the bigger guns, but the timing may not be in favor as NDG is already passing through. Ja finds the straggler, and now everything is falling like dominoes as NAOS take this series 1-1.
NAOS as well as Witch just driving by to deliver the win, and it seems like NAOS's momentum from this tried and tested comp has been something that they've been really pushing. The score is so dominant. We take a look at the boys here, and it looks like they're already going for that reset and rest, knowing that it's essentially a best of one.
Yeah, this is it was a different story, because when we look at Icebox, it was more of a trade of scores. It was quite close, but this Pearl map was a complete bulldoze against Zol Esports, and it felt like Zol didn't have any sort of answer in either side of attacking or defending.
Yeah, on the defense, Zol was just so passive. They gave NAOS the gift of space, and Ja was so willing to take it. It doesn't even feel that greedy for them to go all the way to CT, knowing how Zol was playing. That small adaptation to play further was just so good for decision making. We take a look at the post game, and we can see how dominating NAOS really was. Ja leading from the front, 21-8. Against on the opposite side, we see that Zol Patman was so good on the sky, able to get the first kills of his own, but it just wasn't enough because of the delayed rotates on the defense. On the attacking side, they had a bit more proactivity, but there wasn't enough rounds to really showcase how good that Phoenix pick could really be.
Yeah, it was very difficult considering the fact that Senior Carl got a lot of the farmed orbs on the side of Zol. Didn't have a lot of time to shine on the attacking side with NAOS being able to stack up a lot of the score in the first half. But yeah, Ja, I feel like is such a key factor in the Pearl map, being able to make all of the dashes count, being able to create a lot of space very deep into Zol's map already, side of the map already, as we take a look at the highlights. And it was, again, just a pure surge from the side of NAOS that it was so difficult for Zol to get a solid foot ground for them to destroy momentum, or rather gain momentum on their end.
I feel like another factor for this game really is how potent Ja is. Able to get that early momentum by getting the first frag is pivotal in any team's success. And when you have the rest of NAOS Esports behind you to secure the frags and able to help you, like we saw there how the Trailblazer from Witch was able to go for the assist. So even though they might not be on the battlefield with him in the front, they have all the usual to really support Ja on the entry. And I think this small advantages really leverage the fact that NAOS has been together for so long. They've had that connection and how they want to play together with the calls that they have, because they are able to find a lot of double swings, a lot of trades, and I think those small wins are what's really pulling out at the end.
Yeah, the coordination is more apparent in the map that we just witnessed. And of course, we've got Wits from NAOS. He's the one delivering the win with Grab Unlimited.
NAOS Wits, the captain himself, with a drive-by at the end of it with the Spectre, running and gunning his way all the way into the third map and securing NAOS at least the fighting chance, or maybe even the reverse sweep that they so desire.
Yeah, it all boils down now to the next map that we're going to have. I believe it's going to be Ascent, which is, again, we keep saying this, it's an old map. It's a lot of the teams have already pretty much perfected, and it's one of those things where the only difference that is made is the agents added into the pool for the different combinations and compositions that you bring to the table to improve the execution of the map.
I mean, honestly, I'm a bit worried for Zol, because you look at a map like Pearl and a lot of people see it as Ascent 2, a very fundamental heavy base map, and we know that in NAOS, you have the players like Papi Chulo, you have Ja, you have Wits, who've been playing this game for so long that experience in their fundamentals is so strong. But hopefully, after the break, we're going to see how well they really do on Ascent.
Yeah, exactly. We keep talking about the fundamentals, and this is definitely one of the maps to watch out for. We're heading on over to map 3 after this short break. Don't go away. And welcome back, everybody, to VCT Philippines Split 2. We're still in the middle of a very, very intense series as we're currently 1-1 between NAOS Esports and Zol Esports. We're still going to be your casters for this series. I'm Riku, and together with me is Fluffy02. And honestly, it has been a roller coaster ride. We started with Icebox with a bit of back and forth, and then we came to Pearl with such a dominating win coming from the side of NAOS. And now it's all down to this BO1 as an opening match for Split 2. It's absolutely, absolutely very exciting to see. But of course, before we talk about this match, we are available in other languages as well. We're available in English right now, as you are seeing. We're also available in Filipino, so do check out the channels over at Facebook and as well as on YouTube.
And don't forget also that it's close to dinner time, so don't forget that you can also use Grab Unlimited. We have our promo for your use. Use the code on the side. Celebrate great wins, food, and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now, free for your first month.
Yeah, I could tell that we're definitely gonna need the Grab Unlimited to get food on over, because it's already map number 3 on our very, very first match. It's such an amazing showing of how close and how competitive Split 2 is here for VCT Philippines. But of course, we're heading on over to Ascent. We talked about how this is a very tried and tested. A lot of the teams have basically air quote perfected this map already. But when it comes to both of these teams, it feels like NAOS has the upper hand based on experience, right, Fluffy?
I mean, they do have that veterancy. We know that Wits, Papi Chulo, as well as Ja has been in the scene essentially forever, and so has Ascent. It's been the first map in the game. It's been there since the beginning. And just like those players, they have so much more experience than the rest of the players in the lobby when it comes to learning how this map runs, especially at this level of play. Even if we look at the record, since it's the same team for NAOS Esports, last split for Ascent, they've won 100% of their games. Every time that they played Ascent, they have won. They've changed their comp every time they've played very slightly, either altering the duelist, sometimes altering the controller, but whichever version they choose to run, whichever adaptation that they bring, it seems like they find a way to come out on top.
100% win rate on Ascent for the previous split, and that says a lot on the NAOS Esports side. But you're right, it has, because of the combination of the veterancy that some of the members bring to the table, combined with the young talents from the side of NAOS. It's a very scary combination when we look at the angle of what Zol Esports has to face in this, upcoming map rather. So now it's one of those things where, okay, let's try and repair what we didn't do correctly in the Pearl map, and also bring in the things that we did right into this Ascent map. So if we combine the two learnings, how do you think Zol Esports is able to combine these two things for this Ascent map?
I think mentally, coming back from a score line from the previous map is always difficult, regardless of the team and level of play that you're in. But knowing that these are professionals, these are tried and true players that not only were invited as the previous Nacague banner, but also requalified. It just proves that they are meant to be here. And even though the statistics say 100%, it's a very daunting number. That's also the same stats that NAOS had on Icebox when Zol was able to clinch out that victory as well. So the stats on one hand, yes, they matter. They're a reference point, but we have to remember here on Split 2, all the adaptations, all the time, all the breaks that they've had are focused on improvements. And if they improve their Ascent game, it could be a very different story, because it's a new season essentially.
Yeah, it's a new start and a clean slate for a lot of these teams. And yeah, you're right. It's one of those, it's really nice to think about that it's not dim and grim for this map, with knowing the fact that NAOS had 100% win rate and had a very good performance as well on Icebox. That really truly means that Zol definitely has the chance to win their very first series. And I feel like that's an interesting statement to make on the opening day of Split 2. Not only did you win your first series, but also possibly win your first series against the champions of Split 1. I think it's honestly very possible to happen.
it's a statement for sure, especially if you take down NAOS on the opening day. Zol just has to put a little of that adaptation. You mentioned it a little earlier about how they should combine something that they brought up in the first map and the second map. They have learned that the positives from the first map is their proactivity, and they've learned from the second map that playing a bit too passive, especially in the defense side with a map like Pearl, which is very fundamental, similar to Ascent, which we'll be playing in, is very detrimental to their overall ability to get those rounds. And rounds is all that matter. One round, one kill, one site at a time, and all you have to do is slowly grind your way. That's what they did on Icebox, and hopefully that's what they do on Ascent.
Yeah, and when we look at when it comes to proactivity, a lot of the weight, or rather a lot of the proactivity when it came to kills, it felt like came from Zin's end after the first few seconds of initiation happened. It was the clutch plays that Zin was able to bring into some of these rounds. So even though he is constantly, or he's on this killjoy, on the sentinel role, it felt like his presence wasn't as felt on a map such as Pearl. So hopefully he can bring that same strength into the map like Ascent.
NAOS Esports, I think, also was very good at not giving him the opportunity to make a lot of the plays that he was able to do in Icebox. Icebox is a type of map with all that verticality, all of those weird angles, that you're just able to find the 1v1s that you need, which helped Zin shine in that map. But going to a map just like Pearl, it's a very different story with the fundamental-based things. And speaking of fundamentals, we're back in Ascent with the Agent Select, and this time, Ja on the Jet as well as Senior Carl. The initiators, though, we're going to lock in a very popular one with KO for the side of Zol, in combination with a second initiator on Patman with that Fade. The controller of choice will be Omen, and the Sentinel of choice will be Zind again on that Killjoy. On the other side of things, we have the attacking side now, Esports, with the Sova, with the KJ, with the Sage, Omen, and Jet. So very similar comps when you look at it from the core perspective with that Jet, Omen, and Killjoy, but the variations with the more info gathering from the initiator doubling up on Zol versus a more, I guess, stable Sentinel and a more reliable info gatherer in Sova.
Yeah, the fact that it has been Ja as well who is constantly bringing in the members from the attacking side, very aggressive, making the space count. And with the double sentinel, or rather having that Sage in their pocket, will allow that possible second life to revive Ja in case he was eliminated on the first wave of attack. And therefore it's going to be a very exciting first set of rounds. NAOS had a strong showing back in Icebox and in Pearl, rather, with them attacking on the attacking side first. So I'm curious to see how will Zol Esports set the tone for the first few rounds, especially they have been winning the pistol rounds quite convincingly with their setup.
I mean, with the double initiator composition for Zol, they'll be able to set themselves up at least with the information of what to do, but how they execute it is what really matters, because they have the Prowlers to work with, they have the Suppress, and they also have that Paranoia in hand. They will be able to dictate a lot of where the fights are gonna be, and hopefully they'll be able to also execute it in the way they want to. But you take a look at other teams, you see how NAOS Esports this time around, with the explosive start already, a great slow coming in from up above. Naru's going to try to defend this, but he will get pushed back with the rain of bullets coming onto that A side rather. It's just going to be too much for them to handle. Patman's going to go and get some pot shots off his home, hopefully trying to get some more. But now in the 3v2, he's playing essentially a solo game as he pushes out of the smoke into the slow, and it's going to be Papi Chulo who replies to that. Now Zind left alone. We've seen how he shines on the Icebox map, but how will he work for it now? He has to peek out of heaven. They know where he's coming from, but he has to be so aware of where the rest of NAOS Esports could possibly be. Only one player on tree already, and Mojer is able to land the shot to secure NAOS already the first round.
And such a clean performance. It felt like a very close first round as we take a look at the replay. But yeah, it's a very fast execute, which really stops the defense of the side of Zol. But at the end, yes, NAOS again with the Bulldog pickups.
They really heavily invest. Every time that they win the round, they have their eco or economic strat seems to just buy up as much as you can, get the full armors, just win the round. And it is very effective when used properly. But in a map like Ascent, there's a lot of close angles that you have to work with as well, and it might be very difficult for them. They can get punished. Already one player playing close.
Well,
Zin is punished though through the smoke, and Witz is able to find one.
nicely done. Wits and Ja doing a lot of work. Hotman will follow suit. And again, with a better buy, NAOS definitely wants to end this on a very clean note, making sure that they're able to keep their guns and economy safe. And it's very difficult on the side of Zol this time around.
They almost
Flawless.
lost one gun there, but it just wasn't enough. The quick flip of the knife, and he's back into action already. Able to secure their buy into that second round, into the third round. It's just immense. They did this on the previous map, and it's going to happen again. The same story. They're going to have the rifle. They will be able to challenge a lot of these Vandals and Phantoms coming up from the defensive side.
And as we take a look at the replay, it's, again, such a clean execution, especially if it doesn't give Zol any time to set up or breathe. And I feel like that's what Zol has to expect again on this third round.
I mean, this time around, though, they're going to have Zin have the contact turret for B main, fairly standard, but the mollies are going to be all on that switch side, but we're not going to talk about that as Skinner Carl finds Stu. He gets punished, but I think that's overall worth it for the side of Zol.
Yeah, that's very, very value. Removing 2 members for the price of 1, as there's a lot of noise minimized on the side of NAOS, but with the smokes already there, this could give a possible signal that everybody's there from the side of NAOS. Zin's able to get a kill. Mojer wanting to push through, but Zin denies that once more. Spike's gonna get picked up by Papi Chulo. Has to be careful as the smoke's about to expire. And with that said, the only one left alive. The question is, can he clutch? He has one more smoke about to come through. Wants to fake the teleport sound. He's going to peek through, but nope. The double swing, the swing is not going to help as Zind wins this round for Zol Esports.
He tries to get the spray transfer. If that was any other gun, maybe an actual rifle like a Vandam or Phantom, it might have done enough damage. But with the Bulldog, it's just not enough. Only scraping both players, which keeps both of the rifles alive. They're able to fight these close angles, but somehow the defense from Zol is able to punish the ideal, in a way, buy from NAOS.
Yeah, and I feel like it all started because of Senior Carl's a kill from mid. Double kill against NAOS. We'll see now if NAOS is going to do the same thing. No, they're going for an A execute instead. It will actually meet eye to eye with his flash and paranoia or one-way smoke. As that's the swing from Ja. He wins the duel anyways.
Ja just bulldozes through that fragment and turns it into an advantage for NAOS Esports. They lose Naru, they lose their suppressibility, they lose their flash. But Batman's still there means that they can still re-clear and have info with those prowlers. But look how the rest of NAOS is just working the map. They know that the pressure's on A main, but they are still working around to get that tree control, going for that A pinch. The site is about to be taken and the dark cover is already set up.
And here we go. Whoa, Mojer! Does he get the timing? That's the question. Yes, he does. And that's a lot of man advantage on the side of NAOS here. Trying to find the last one standing, which is Zind. It's a very dire situation. If he breaks this glass, they know where he's going to be coming from. Either from short or going to come from heaven. But I guess exit frags is now the play here for Zol.
Standing on the ledge, trying to get one. He breaks the glass, so they know where he could possibly be. The turret's going to signal his location as well. So he has the protection from the left side. He has to be careful of this garden area, but there are no players from NAOS Esports there, but he has to still be weary. No util, and we've seen him try to save before where NAOS just ran at him, but this time around, without that econ still built up, NAOS is playing very, very disciplined. Just want to save those rifles and bring it on to the next round. Looks like a NAOS round for me. It's going to be 3-1 at the end of this unless any heroics will happen, but time is not on their side, so that's going to be impossible.
Ja, so very effective on the first few seconds once a round begins. He definitely carried over that aggression and execution from, again, the momentum that they were able to garner in Pearl. And it's so, so scary once he's on a roll.
I mean, Ja, we're used to seeing him on the previous split, sometimes playing that Sentinel on that chamber, but that aim translates still here on that Jet. We saw how the confidence has been built up from the second map on Pearl. And this time, an early timeout coming in from Zol, able to reassess the situation. The earlier adaptations, I think, for this team is a very smart move. But how will they choose to use it? We look at their econ. They're able to buy some form of armor. They have the util. Senior Carl has the blades, but Zin's still going to buy up to that Phantom. I know that he'll still be able to buy, but will the rest of Josh F and as well as Patman be able to follow suit? Or will they stick this lower buy because Naruto will be stuck on that Sheriff?
I feel like we'll find out after this timeout. It's it feels like they don't want the gap in score to be the same as Pearl. It feels like, again, once they're able to get a hand in when it comes to momentum, well, of course, it definitely increases their chances in sort of choking NAOS when it comes to not only resources, but, well, we keep saying momentum, very, very important thing in a game such as Valorant. As the barrier is now going to be open, we'll see if they're able to replicate the same execution here onto A. There's Ja with a recon. He knows someone's at generator. It's a eeny miny mo. Which peak is he going to go? 52 HP. He's able to get a trade, but everybody coming from now is coming from different ends of this area. Confuses Zol. 2v3 right now. They have the numbers advantage. They're gonna plant a little bit on towards generator. But with that said, NAOS just has to play for time.
They have the man advantage as well. They have the positioning that they need. Even on the player, how the hell is he spotted out though? Now is able to find one Senior Carl as well. Now they're in that 1v1, but Mojer ends up on top, getting that 3k, able to be the sentinel that his team needs to secure the area, secure the spike from not being diffused, and another round goes to NAOS.
Just so clean, Fluffy. Just very confident. And before we even went on towards this replay, let's take a look at that again before looking at their ult economy. It was just so solid. It felt like there was a bit of chance for Zol, but Mojer is fine in a 1v2 scenario.
I mean, ult economy is one way to put it, but it's more like the ultimates have already been stacked up for now. It's only one orb is needed to complete your Infinity Stones, and they have every piece of util that they need.
Yeah, they're just the one lockdown for the side of Mojer. And the fact that they didn't even need it in the previous round is a statement. And with that Zol on the weaker buy, this gives NAOS a lot of leeway for them to take control of these sites.
A lot of breathing room, especially for Ja. As he dodges that paranoia, gives him at least some space to peek. His dash, unfortunately, does run out, but still very potent on the rifle. He knows where one player is. The Dark Cover is going to come into play, but that paranoia is going to push him. Thankfully, though, he has a TP to get away from it. Zin is playing a cheeky position, but Papi Chulo from the other side is going to be able to get one, and as well as them pinching onto this A side. Generator player down as well. Only have to worry about Heaven, but Papi Chulo and Ja are able to stabilize. Senior Carl left alone. He has the Stinger, but at that range, will anyone really pushy from there? He spots out one, and they know he has the Stinger now. They know the range of which he plays, and Ja still going for more. Still, he really loves that CT side. He's still always close to it.
Let's go.
It's a flawless round for NAOS. And yeah, we talked about the adaptation. NAOS just doing a lot of things correctly. And the fact that, again, they didn't have to invest on any ults, knowing that Zol was on a weaker buy, this puts them for a setup of a potential snowball of being like, what, 3 rounds ahead of Zol at this point when it comes to the score, practically speaking.
The nice thing about the round 2 is NAOS was able to play contact off it, meaning that they're able to save up the ultimates that they've been trying and hoarding at this point to get. But the wall back from Senior Cross is going to be able to get one, get two, and there goes the Prowler as well, able to support them, clear that out, the knife, even to make sure that they back off so that he doesn't get traded. A great start for Zol, and a great use of that proactivity that we mentioned. They can't play passive against a team like NAOS because whenever you gift them space, they will take it.
And that's the scary part against this team. But still a good start on the side of Zol. Perhaps this is the beginning of them taking back momentum because Senior Carl is able to push through aggressively, decides to back away, give up mid a little bit as NAOS making their way through Garage with a resurrection onto Ja.
They do res Ja, stabilize a bit, but that's still at a man disadvantage. They still don't have Mojer online, and it's still time in the favor of Zol, as the spike hasn't been chosen to be planted yet, and they haven't picked a site. 39 seconds, and they're already ready for this hit. They're expecting the B hit, which is the correct read, but look at the Sentinel. Zin is far away. This will be a clean 4v4 if they choose to do so. If the recons come out at the wrong time, they're not going to be able to get much value out of it. Senior Carl finds one though through it. Correct me. And ooh, the rest of NAOS Esports floods in.
Yeah, Wit's coming from mid, very patient. Patman replies with 2 kills for himself. With 10 HP, he's not in a very healthy position. 5 bullets, and Patman, doesn't matter, he gets the 3rd kill.
The opening pick there from Zol is the most valuable thing that they've done. Able to get a good read, knowing that the players are stacked into the right side. Because both of them are there, you're like guaranteed to at least damage one, if not remove them from the equation already. Senior Carl even gets away with his life, pushes his team to a great position just to wait out the time for NAOS Esports.
Yeah, that was very important. And now Zol, while they have 4 ults for themselves to use to potentially set up and close the gap on the scoreboard, the same thing can be said for NAOS.
That's very, very true. But NAOS Esports, they have the confidence of having that lead. They have a fairly equal buy. The knives on Ja is still there, but they still haven't used that Killjoy ultimate. Naru's going to be able to find one. Will he flash a close player? Yes, he will. But the spray from Wits is going to be too tough. Will they expect Senior Carl yet again? Playing a close angle. He's bounded by that seize, but it's not going to stop the bullets from landing. It's now 2v3 in favor of NAOS Esports.
Really nicely done by NAOS. Josh F trying to take a look towards Graffiti. It's only up to Zin this time around. The plant's already there by NDG. The one-way smoke's gonna limit the choice of Zin to go throughout a different point of view. With only Alarm Bot and Turret about to spawn back into his inventory, what are your options? You have Lockdown, but in a 1v2 scenario, might be a little bit dicey knowing everybody's gonna be in backside. He's trying to wall bang to ensure and damage someone in case someone's there. Now he knows everyone's in backside. Maybe he hasn't cleared the boxes right in front of him. The triple box, he gets 1, and no, NDG ready for the trade, and it's 2-6.
Too many angles to worry about, and honestly, what a disgusting one-way with the dark cover for Stairs. Just have that sliver of vision. It buys so much time for them, allowing them to really play off only one angle. They just have to mark lane that way because it's so dangerous to push. Made the choice to stay here though, but he didn't expect 2 players on backside, and that's what really, you know, was the linchpin of the entire situation. 2-6 right now in still favor of NAOS Esports, and again, NAOS, they still have their ultimate somehow.
Yeah, they do, and Witch is about to resurrect again after 2 orbs. Same thing can be said for Zol. They have 4 ults, but I believe From the Shadows was used. Now Senior Carl has his Blade Storm, so yeah, there's it's what do you call this? They're taking care of their ults quite well.
Very true. But at least for Zol, one of the ults that they do have is that null command. So they could nullify a lot of the things that we are mentioning with the ultimates. Papi Chulo, though, is going to nullify Zind himself, removing him from this round, which puts advantage again for NAOS. The Blade Storm's already popped from Senior Carl. Is going to be marking everything on that mid, making sure that no one comes through. But Josh F is the only one on site, and NAOS Esports is outside A.
Yeah, and that dark cover, good timing. But this... I wonder if he's gonna go through with that TP. The paranoia comes in. He knows one's that generator. Ooh, headshot by Josh F. And another one. My word, those were clean. And he's going back into hell to make sure he repositions well. Papi Chulo though, able to get a kill onto Naru. 3v3 at this point. Mojer doing a lot of work. Wits as well. And it's only up to Noah now, as NAOS with a it looked a bit dicey on the side of NAOS, but they were able to push through.
A little scary there, especially when the first frag came up on that generator side. But Josh F did a spectacular job in holding his position. He repositioned at the end of it, which gave him a bit more breathing room as he was waiting for his team to fall in. But then, unfortunately for them, the timing didn't work out. The Heaven players weren't able to exit the way they wanted to, and now Esports, with the punish with this amazing dark cover as well, was just able to work around the smoke and able to isolate the fights that they needed to. Now Esports now again with full utility. They have everything that they need in terms of ultimates, but shooting firepower though, they do lose Ja.
And it feels like, you know, Ja earlier was able to do the 1v2, but this time it was Senior Carl who was with Naru this time around. And with that said, Zin playing very close in garage. And Papi Chulo is able to get a kill on the Patman. 3v3 right now.
You will not
Looks like they're
kill
just
my
falling
ally.
into the hands of NAOS. They have the Resurrection 2 to bring back their Sentinel. Huge, because with him comes the lockdown. But also, Papi Chulo playing a fairly forward position here on side, able to just peek and wait for his dark cover to activate. There's still 3 players going to go for the retake. They have the knife on Naru as well as the ultimate, but this wall is going to come at a great time. Also with the ultimate, it forces everyone to go to the right side, but the Nano Swarms are also going to come in for even more delay. All they have to do is wait this out. And look how far Zol has to run away.
And now they have to gain space all over again. Zol doesn't have a lot of time, knowing that they still have a few rounds on the first half. I suppose the only choice is to save.
Very smart move from them, very economical, but economy is one thing, but rounds is something very important that they still need to get and gather more of. The lockdown is going to be able to push them far away, but NAOS is still on the hunt. They know that they're going to go for the save here, and they're just pre-firing everything to make sure that they can punish if they can, and if they can't, save the guns that they do have.
I know we said that both of these teams are very good in taking care of their ults, and I feel like NAOS Esports not only very good at managing their ults, and I believe they only use the Resurrect in as well as the lockdown. So at this point, they still have 3 over the 2 on the other end, which is, again, manages to help secure and increase the gap between them and Zol.
The gap, though, 6 rounds separate both teams. They only have the Bulldogs for Zol, but we know how Carl's very potent with this. This time, though, NAOS is expecting it. They threw the slower blast round. They know that the pressure for B is something that's a key factor from Zol converting rounds, and they just go for the punish. They even use the drone to make sure that they re-clear the entire of B main. Taking this means that they have to be very careful for the defensive side, as just all the util that they need is being put out already.
Even the dark cover, both Omen smokes already down, but this smoke prevents NAOS from pursuing and pushing through that area. So instead, they're gonna rotate. And good thing, a bunch of some of the Zol players are still pretty much there. We've got Josh, F, and Zind very patient in making sure that they don't over-rotate.
They have the contact already in place, but they did successfully get the null command out of the way when they hit B. So that's not going to be an option for them, at least for the defensive side. No one's coming from tree as well, meaning that the setup from this Killjoy is not going to be that effective if they all waterfall out of this choke from A. They already know that there's one player. The dark cover comes in, but Ja again dodges the paranoia somehow with the timing. He's going to be able to spot out one. He removes Joff F from the equation, and it's going to be Zind playing the second contact, but Ja's not going to stop. Still gets 3, hunting for more. He misses the timing and gets punished for it. Batman's going to be able to get his gun upgraded, and that's going to be him left alone now because his teammate falls. How will he play this round? He still has the scan available. The turret's going to spot him out. They know he's playing this heaven or window side, and someone's already marking him. A desperate situation, but Mojer is able to find the angle, is able to land the shots, and the dreams of Zol getting this round just dissipates.
Yeah, that's just, I think it all started with Ja again doing a lot of work, not only through space, but expecting that possibly Senior Carl is going to push aggressively. He did it twice in a row from different sites. So it feels like Ja is always in the ready for these sort of plays from Zol.
They're always ready. They're just so good at reading what is happening during the game and adapting quickly. They got punished one round, so now they choose to wait out the B main pressure. This time they're even expecting Carl. Look how many players are outside that B area, but Naru gets spotted out on mid, so they know that this is going to be the weaker side. This is where the Chaos playing for the information. The pop dash does comes out, but he's speaking to too many people. He's brought low and has to back off.
And now Ja again aggressively pushing through. Senior Carl gets 2, Naru gets 1. And now in an instant, NAOS doesn't have the numbers advantage this time around. Naru, 66 HP, is able to deal a bit of damage, at least not really onto NDG. He tried to do so, but now with the post-plant setups of the Nano Swarm, they are convexed into this very, very small area into backside.
corralled into the site, nowhere to run, no escape. They have to fight for it. 35 HP. He's gonna be able to see one with the nearsighted still. He has the turret, but he's just gonna play contacts. Are you ready for the swing? But Senior Carl's gonna be too fast. 1v1 drops down. 68 HP versus Senior Carl against NCG. And unfortunately for them, NDG falls. Senior Carl comes up on top and secures that 3-9. It's not the ideal score, but it's the best that you can get right now. Could activate the curse if need be.
Definitely needed, as again, this is a very big score to catch up from. Zol at least ends on a good note with that win for the first half of the series with a swap now. As Senior Carl, I feel like him and Zin are definitely the key factors if they want to take this game and map for themselves. And now, same thing can be said, Ja. I feel like the recent rounds have been very pivotal on winning the attacking rounds on their end. So curious to see, with the dynamic switch now, how this is going to pan out.
I'm actually very interested in how Zol Esports isn't able to dictate the fights because they have that open. They have the double initiator. They should be able to work out what is happening, and they should be able to assist Senior Carl in entering. They did it in a couple of rounds, but only the crossfires punishing the over-aggression of NAOS has been what has been working. And I feel like that small adaptation just isn't done quickly enough. This time around, though, Witz is gonna wall off B-main and stop the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, it is a pistol round. Would take a lot of bullets to actually break through, but if it's a stack of people, it's quite easy to remove that wall.
On the upside, though, it does burn some dark cover time, meaning that the dark cover that they set up for Market for the attacking side does fade. He's already ready with a slow as well, so they do know that if they go for B, they're prepared already for the hit. Mid's not going to be watched, but with that dark cover onto CT as well as Market, they have to know that it's going to be that B hit. The scan is huge, the smokes, but no one has pushed through yet. Ja, 82 HP, is able to get one. Breaks the scan too for his teammates. He even lands a shot on logs. Able to fall back, but the rest of NAOS Esports is just able to compensate on site and defend where Ja is defending. He's the sentinel in a way, not allowing anyone to pass, but if anyone does go through, the site players are already prepared.
Yeah, that was insane. Like, look at this positioning. He's able to jiggle through this area, go throughout the high ground, and I feel like the support play there was definitely the slow orb that Witz put through to that entryway. Made things very slow for Zol Esports to get cover.
I mean, with a score like this as well, originally 3-9, now 3-10, the pistol round was extremely valuable for Zol. But because NAOS got it, they now further push their advantage onto this round, the biggest economic disparity. Senior Carl even dashes through just to get the info onto the wine side. Very interesting. Now they have no way of necessarily going onto site without just bombarding them with util. Maybe using a flash or prowler to clear the area, but Boulder's already on site prepared for this. They land the shot though, just able to find Josh F, and with that, another advantage to NAOS.
Yeah, Ja is on a roll here. But yeah, you're right. There's no smokes anymore on the side of Zol this time around, with Josh F not in the equation.
Not in the equation, indeed. Ja still holding the angle. He knows that he can't let anyone through. It's his job above all to really make sure that no one is able to enter this A site. And it looks like Zin is already postured to maybe make a play here, but with only 52 HP, can he really do anything with this? He spots off one player, and that's gonna walk into the crosshairs, I mean, of Ja. Able to find two for himself. The Martial Demon trying to get more, but his teammate's actually gonna go for the assist.
This is steamroll from NAOS, and it's very similar. It could have gone either way. Either Zol makes this into an icebox scenario where it was close, or it's a repeat of the Pearl map that we saw, where NAOS Esports just a complete domination over the entire map, and we're seeing the latter right now. But with this buy, this is the chance for Zol to deny that match point away from NAOS, and we'll see if they're able to make it happen.
He has to do something because they desperately need to find some rounds here. But look at the mixed buy coming in from Zol.
Wow.
He's just going to go for that aggressive push. The flash comes through, but will they expect a crossfire? The pizza crossfire is going to be successful. The anti-flash from Molcher is going to be able to also get him one as well. Will they expect a third, though? He's getting pinched, but look, his teammate's already there for the reswing. The weapon advantage is going to be enough at that range. And even though they have those rifles, just the manpower, the positioning, now is just able to swarm them.
And that's a lot of guns taken out, a lot of damage into the economy for something that they really badly needed to win, to take them into, to catch up throughout the rounds and delay that match point. And now Dallas, ever so close into winning their first series in the first day of the split too. This looks to be very promising.
I mean, for NAOS, they started out again with that rocky start, similar to Split 1, but up and up is the trend. The momentum shift from NAOS has been ever so upward. They have the trajectory to really make it. NDG this time around has the Odin, making sure that no one can re-peek his teammates. Having that firepower and sustained firepower is ever so important, especially on that Sova where you can use a lot of these scans.
Yeah, scans through that area, but that's now Zol having to select and see, bide some time, extend the round, see which would be best. There's the scan of the two people, but the Odin spray is still not there just yet.
Going for the reload here. They actually used the attacker Killjoy. I'm not sure if that's wall bangable with the Odin. I think it is, but depending on the positioning, it might not be. Regardless of the fact, though, NDG is going to hold the entire backside using his Odin. And what he does have, the rest of NAOS Esports are already going to try and fight the front side. Naru gets one, Wits gets another, but here comes the Odin. Here comes the first, the second. Is he going to go for the drone here? He's going to be able to spot out one as well. They're going to drop down below him. The Seas is going to land, but it's not going to matter. They're going to be able to stabilize somewhat, but NAOS is not stopping with the pressure. They're still choosing to fight, and the Nano Swarms might delay them for a bit, but it's going to be Modra just pushing through, and with that, they get punished.
That was quite close. Yeah, it was a 2v2 scenario. Zol had the weaker buy. NAOS had the better firepower. And yet, in the end, Zol is able to dwindle NAOS's numbers and survive for one more round.
Survive. That is the theme of Zol right now. They need to get everything and somehow scrap their way into this. They managed to do it in the previous round. But to be super honest, I think partly that's on the over-eagerness of NAOS Esports to go for the retake.
And it's quite understandable, as they were already match point. It feels like a given, considering the gun power that they had. But Ja is able to get first blood off of that op. And with that said, Zol now having to fight from the back foot. Look at this though, Wits on top of this wall. This didn't expect this. Will Wits swing? That is the biggest question. A little bit risky here, but look at this. NDG fixes this, arranges this crossfire. With the patience, 19 HP onto Zind. I think that's pretty decent damage already with that trade of HP.
I mean, considering the fact that Wits can also heal himself up back, he does lose the armor, but compared to Zind, who's dropped below to 19 HP, he's just a breath of fresh air away from dying. And it's going to be so much time burned with this. 50 seconds already, and they're still waiting for this wall because they put it up so late. The rest of Zol are already stacking up to this, but they have to be so wary of the flank. Zind even rechecking just to make sure he's the lowest player. Oh, here comes the lineup tutorial.
We'll see as they execute. Senior Carl ready with the entry.
30 seconds.
Whoa! Ooh. Through the smokes, headshot onto Wits. That's really nicely done, making it into a 4v4. And now with that said, Senior Carl once again gets a kill onto NDG. Really nicely done. Coming from the side of Zol. They're surviving through this. And it's all up to Mojo, Papichulo, and Ja. With one op. More of a long-range setup if able to get one of the better weapons for mid to close range, possibly. It's Mojo. The timing, quite unfortunate. Senior Carl gets a kill. Papichulo with a spray transfer. 33. This is huge. And now it is still Josh F saving that round, and Zol survives once more.
Oh man, I thought that was going to be the heroics. Papi Chulo with the amazing quick flick, the spray transfer just enough to get to, even able to get the player up onto stairs. But Josh F, the new addition, is able to shut him down, keeping Zol alive for another round. You take a look at the replay, this amazing smoke kill was able to get some advantage for them. But look at this play from Papi Chulo. I thought this was going to be heroics, but he hits the body.
Yeah, he was quite low already. 33 HP after fighting 2. After getting 2. And we'll see now. NAOS on the weaker buy at this point.
Slowly but surely, though, Zol has kept themselves alive. If they continue to do this, anything is possible. But if they start at the round like that, it's going to be very difficult. They lose pressure ASAP. Even though they're on the lower buy for now, Esports upgrading to at least 1 rifle could change the tide.
Yeah, that was Mojer with a beautiful kill. Whoa, there, me. Again, this is very important for them to survive unless it's a 4v3 situation now on the side of NAOS with them in favor. Mojer, all of these sheriff kills. It doesn't matter if you're on the weaker buy. It doesn't matter at this point. They can take this win. And now, Josh F, the only one left alive. He has the paranoia. No. And there you go. NAOS wins this series 2-1 against Zol Esports.
Zol, we said that they were too passive, but now a bit too proactive, getting so many 1v1s and allowing NAOS with their great team composure to just get the victory. Congratulations for them winning. Our champions from Split 1 back at it again from Split 2.
And I feel like this is a very good story to tell when it comes to setting the expectations, because while it was quite what do you call this? NAOS is able to defeat Zol Esports in dominating fashion twice in a row. But Icebox felt like a light for some of the teams that are either new to this current split or some of the teams that just newly assembled their roster. It feels like it gives, it sets the tone and the expectations now that, okay, it's possible that even though it was very difficult on the 2 maps, on certain maps, perhaps there is that chance against NAOS being the champions of Split 1.
I feel like NAOS has just shown that relentlessness that we always talk about, but also that they can adapt in the first map. Although I think that compared to this more tried and tested compositions and on their stronger tried and tested maps, it's also going to show how they're still as potent as they were on Split 1 when they're playing that in that familiar territory. Maybe with a quick or a bit more polishing from their new experimental things, it will be just as good, if not better. We take a look at the statistics, 13-5 off the back of a 13-3 as well, and it's going to be NAOS winning those reverse sweep.
Yeah, it was quite close. It was quite sweaty on Icebox, but NAOS really establishing why they were the champions at Split 1. And with that said, just very, very clean. I felt like the theme of this game, or this map rather, in Ascent, it was the battle of the duelist, Ja and Senor Carl.
Ja and Senor Carl. Senor Carl, it felt like he was trying to make as many plays as he can, always trying to be the first contact, just like how Ja plays on NAOS. But the difference for me is that when Ja entries, he has so much support. And for the side of I was gonna say NCG, but it's the NCG roster here for Zol. It feels like this team has a kind of uncoordinated defense where they're sometimes too passive, too aggressive. It's like a weird balance. But when you look at NAOS Esports, they feel very stable, and I think that's what really wins them games.
Yeah, I feel like the combination, we've seen that numerous times, the buddy system that they did back in Icebox of Mojer and Ja always providing the flash and the space provided. And I feel like that the dynamic this time around is very different. You do have the Resurrect and the heal coming to the side of Wits, and as well as, again, more on the Omen for the, again, providing cover and as well as the flashes for the team. So at this point, again, it's a very solid system where NAOS is truly strong at.
Sorry, I was stunted by that Papi Chulo play. I really still thought that it was gonna be the play. But speaking of players, we have, of course, NAOS delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. You can use the QR code from the side. Don't forget, guys, that you can get your first month for free with Grab Unlimited.
For free! It's going to be very important for Split 2, considering that the first series that we have in Split 2 is we went to map 3, Fluffy. That definitely sets the tone and expectations that I feel like the competition's going to be very close for sure.
Well, I'm sure that all the teams have adapted in some way. We saw that, in fairness to Zol, they were able to remove the Kings of Icebox from their favorite map, and they took some fight into them for the second and third. With some more adaptations and some more lessons learned, I'm sure that they can evolve to do even better the next time they come around. But for now, Esports, the consistency that they did bring in Split 1 really shines here on Split 2, and even the adaptations that they've brought, although it didn't work out the way, I respect the fact that they're trying something new, because this ever-evolving team seems to always be improving.
Yeah, the goal of a lot of these teams for the regular season is to enter top 6, and we have a lot of weeks for these teams to build up confidence, build up, and I guess test out the strats that they've accumulated from scrims, from their practice, from their experience. And while we have a lot of weeks together of watching the regular season, it is still very important to make sure that you're in the top 6 and make it to playoffs. But of course, I'm sure the panel has a lot to say when it comes to this very close series, well, long series between Zol and as well as NAOS Esports. So we're sending it over to the panel.
One enemy remaining.
That game will be me. Sophie, I've got my back.
Last player. Last player. Give me those back. Player standing. One enemy. Last player standing. Turret out. Last player standing. Flawless. Nailed. One enemy. See ya. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Player standing.
naglaro kanina. So overall, I would say that on the side of NAOS, well balanced. I don't think there's a better term for it. Do you have a better term for this, Raf?
I would say well balanced is very apt for the situation because we finally see everybody in their comfort roles, and I could honestly say the same about Zol because Senior Carl is historically one of the most, I guess, consistent Jets in the scene. We saw so much of that when he was still on Zeal, and now for him to really pop off the way he did and allow Zin to do his thing was, again, just really good for the team. But to go back to your original point on how NAOS has been so strong, they're the team na siguro kahit barilan and like strategies, they're dead center. It's never really overtuned to just being too strategic and overplaying or being too gunfight focused that they hyperextend.
And again, it just shows kung gaano ka ganda yung synergy nila with the longevity of the team. And I feel like that's maybe somewhat similar sa na issue naman na na-encounter ngayon ng Zol Esports because they had, again, somewhat new pieces kahit man you still have that core from SR Nacague. Nakikita pa rin yung difference ito eh. Again, we praise yung adjustments nila with the agent selection na ginawa nila. Like, again, Senior Carl on that jet. But what is going to be the step moving forward? Mag-double down pa sila dito or are they gonna adjust? We did see some teams actually falter and parang, ay pare, let's try something out a little bit different. Are they gonna do the same thing or are they just gonna ano na lang talaga? I feel like, again, that's the obvious thing na gagawin ngayon.
Kasi si Aso rin, no? May pare talaga. Uy, pare, kumusta?
Yan na yung pinaka-Tagalog moment dito eh. At least, diba, nung nag-English kayo, tinawag ka niyang dude. Pag Tagalog tayo, pare na yung tawag niya sa'yo dito. Dude, pare, kulang na lang chong para kompleto na.
Oo nga eh.
Pero mga dude, pare, chong, sa mga nanonood dyan, VCTPH will be right back at pagbalik natin itong dalawang kasama ko dito na si B1 at si B2 ay magka-cast naman over at our English broadcast. So mapa-Tagalog man o mapa-English, again, meron kayong pwedeng panoorin dito. We will be right back.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Low. Mojer taking down low. Expecting to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity. A design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3. There's the peek from Papichulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of NAOS. Wits walks on in just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready. It's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the both halves. Classics out. Time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Now still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, a bit more towards at NAOS' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. NAOS, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. NAOS delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. Drop comes from the side of NAOS, getting boots to the ground. Papi Chulo's there, Savvy 8K making the find onto Mojo happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Jaws here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy 8K though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy 8K on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Papi Chulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still, possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown, Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and DG's there for cover. And NAOS are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one, the push comes from Ja, runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis, and Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center here for Ja. Center protection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity, he's an architect basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3, there's the peek from Papichulo, and DG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of NAOS. Wits walks on it just to die, but in a 3v1, Wild Oreo needs to go hog wild. And DG trying to get ready, it's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition, and DG towards the boat house. Classics out, time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. NAOS still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, but more towards at NAOS' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. NAOS, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. NAOS delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. The drop comes from the side of NAOS, getting boots to the ground. Papichulo's there, Savvy 8K making the find on the Mojer happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Ja's here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy 8K though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy 8K on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Papichulo trying to just go through the nano swarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still, possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown, Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and DG's there for cover. And NAOS are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one, the push comes from Ja, runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis, and Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center here for Ja. Center protection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity, he's an architect basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3, there's the peek from Papichulo. NDG finding Marquee. Synchronicity important here for the side of NAOS. Wits walks on it just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready, it's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out, time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. NAOS still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, a bit more towards at NAOS' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. NAOS, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. NAOS delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. The drop comes from the side of NAOS, getting boots to the ground. Papichulo's there, Savvy 8K making the find on the Mojer happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Jaws here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy 8K though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy 8K on the retreat, hands up! Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Papichulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here. And
muling nagbabalik ang VCTPH Split 2. At ngayon naman kasama natin si Riku at si Fluffy02. Which by the way, Fluffy, meron na ba kayong tandem name at this point?
Oo nga no? Hindi pa natin yung napapag-usapan, Fluffy. Ano sa tingin mo?
Time. Kung kanina meron tayong B1 at B2.
Alam ko na.
Go.
Alam ko na. Koofy.
Actually, that works.
Yes!
K-U-F-E-E.
Yes! Koofy.
Oras na para mag-koofy. Again.
Ata natin lahat ng Koofy.
Totoo.
Kaya pala ang energetic ni Riku kasi meron siyang dose of koofy.
Koofy. Ayan.
Anyway.
Okay.
Actually, speaking of koofy, pwede kayong mag-order through the help of our sponsors. Una-una sa lahat, nais namin magpasalamat sa Meneski Philippines as well as Riot Games for making this event possible. Fluffy, paano nga ba sila mag-order ng koofy?
You can get your Koofy all the time as you enjoy free delivery every day. Just get the exclusive discounts when you subscribe to Grab Unlimited. Don't miss out from our free trial for your first month.
And of course, thank you to Gab as VCTPH Split 2 is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. Maraming salamat po.
Yan, maraming salamat dahil may daily dose of koofy tayo. Hindi na ito matatanggal. That's gonna be the theme of the day. However, the other theme for the day is yung mga teams na paborito natin maglalaban-laban. Kung kanina napag-usapan na namin yung NAOS Esports versus Zol Esports, ngayon naman Fluffy, undeniable na gustong-gusto mo rin pag-usapan ng isa sa mga teams natin ngayon. Na-introduce natin in just a bit. Pero ito talaga so far you guys have casted the first series. What are your initial thoughts dun sa direction na kung saan mapupunta tong split 2 natin? Let's start with you, Riku.
Actually ako, gustong-gusto ko yung first day natin kasi yung top 2 teams, the champions of si NAOS and si Oasis, yung they're put in on this test up against the teams that wish that they sort of did better in the first split and are challenged this coming second split.
Yeah, I have to agree. We have the top two teams of last split versus basically two iterations of NCG. We have the banner with different players coming up soon, and previously their former roster when they went against NAOS Esports. I think that through a lot of adaptation from the split, they've really gotten better, but there's still a lot of improvement that can happen for both sides.
Yan talaga yung magiging theme ng Split 2 natin, especially for the teams who were already here during Split 1. Paano ba natin mai-improve yung isa't isa dito sa ating run na to para i-solidify talaga yung pwesto natin? And I think that this is the main narrative na mangyayari as we talk about the first team coming up into the second series of the day. It's gonna be Oasis Gaming.
And there you have them, folks. Oasis Gaming. We have the same roster this time around with that consistency factor in play with Nexi, Savvy 8K, Drax, Georgie, and Marky, as well as their coaching staff, always ready to give some strats. This team, they were what a lot of people thought would be the upcoming champions back in Split 1, but now they're returning as the usurpers, hopefully, to take on NAOS Esports. But before that, they have to go through a bunch of teams, especially now with their game against NCG.
Yeah, it's extremely important when we look back at their past. Their stories as Split 1 is again being such a strong team, very well-rounded team. Pero pagdating sa playoffs, pagdating sa top 2, top 3, parang may kulang pa. So I feel like it's a reboot of that story coming into Split 2. And I'm so excited to see their journey once more.
Yes, and to add to that, isa sa mga bagay na pinoint out natin during the latter days of Split number 1, yung lack of leadership or lack of direction dito sa team na hopefully at this point dahil split number 2 na tayo na figure out na natin yan. I'm sure may insider info si Fluffy dyan, pero bago pa natin pag-usapan in-depth ito, kilalanin naman natin yung team na makakalaban ng Oasis Gaming today, and that is none other than SR Nacague.
At para sa mga nanood ng previous split, si NCG ay isang pamilyar na team. This team landed on 4th place sa Split 1, pero ibang-iba na ang kanilang roster. Kung meron isang word ang madedescribe ko sa SR Nacague, sa split natin ngayon, ang roster nila ay isang fruit salad. Their players come from a mix of different teams that competed in the first split. You know, we have mid-mathers na naka-retain from the previous roster, dalawa coming from Puggers, at isa coming from Action PH. So, getting players that had some moments last split that didn't quite make it to the top 4 is for sure an enticing salad na handang-handa na akong kainin. Hindi, mali. Handang-handa na ako kumain. Mali. I had an attempt there, but yes.
Well, just like any other fruit salad, there has to be something that really binds them together. And with all the different places that they've come from, you have Walk on Water in Second Love for Puggers, you have Yanagi from APH, and of course you have retaining members, Mid-Mathers and Maxi as their coach, and John's 713 as their fill. But also this team has really had a lot of improvements. And even though it's the same banner, it's a different core, meaning that we're not sure how they'll actually work together.
Yes, that is gonna be the question. Pero ang question ko ngayon sa inyo, since we're on the topic of fruit salad, you guys like raisins?
No.
Yes, I do.
What?
Who
Really?
likes raisins? Who doesn't like raisins?
Me? I don't like like raisins? I thought it was the most common thing in the world is to not like raisins.
Love raisins. I'm fine with raisins on salads though. It's fine. It's not a big deal for me. Pumasok si Raf dito sa ating comm server para lang i-prove na I'm assuming he likes raisins or I don't know. It doesn't really matter because it's Raf's opinion. Anyway, going back to the topic. Ito kasing on the side of SR Nacague, one of the things na same narrative din dun sa kung asan yung core players nila ngayon, which is Zol Esports. I do think that they're in a very difficult transition period right now kasi tulad nga ng sinabi yun, nag-mix together sila ng iba't ibang players galing sa iba't ibang teams and they're trying to mesh well during this split. And something na mapapansin natin when we did the open qualifiers is they actually put Walk on Water at the beginning on a sentinel role. But slowly and surely enough, bumalik din siya dun sa duelist role niya. So maybe it's still playing for comfort at this point, Fluffy? Do you think there should be other repositioning or like change in compositions rather na magaganap for this team?
I mean, since you're raising concerns, I guess that one of the things we have to look out for this team really is how they play. You mentioned of how they're not so defined and the structure isn't in place yet. I think that's something that you can get over time. But one thing that we've learned from Yanagi's former team, APH, last split is that just because you just get together really fast doesn't mean that it won't work out.
Yeah, I think that's what makes this team super exciting. Si NCG, you have a lot of different members that felt like parang meron pa silang mabibigay, mako-contribute. Kumbaga, marami pa silang shining moments sa tournament that I feel like maybe this new dynamics sa team will allow them to shine better with this kind of arrangement.
Yes, shine better is gonna be the name of the game. And what better way to shine than by choosing a map and making sure na dominant ka sa magiging map selection mo pa yan. Yes, guys, I'm talking about the map selection. Dahil eto na, nag-pan over na tayo dito sa street and we will be revealing kung ano nga ba yung mga map bans as well as map picks na itong mga to. But Fluffy, being the insider of Oasis Gaming, baka naman pwede mo nang i-leak kung anong mapa yung ibaban dito.
Well, I guess we'll have to see at the same time. Because I think one thing that Oasis has done over the split is a lot of teams... a lot of players in Oasis recently got signed back in December. So moving on to Split 1, in a way, they're a newly formed team, even though the core is relatively familiar. But they still have to build in that repertoire, which I think has improved over the break. The first map that we're going to be seeing bad is going to be Fracture. They've seen how Oasis during Split 1 had a good performance on it, and they just don't want to deal with that on the side of NCG. Oasis, however, they have a couple of weak maps back in Split 1. They had the Pearl, which they needed a lot of work in, and even Icebox, in a way, was something very difficult for them. Ascent, in the fact, when they played against NAOS as well, was just very difficult for them to work with. So, a lot of holes that they have to fill for the side of Oasis Gaming makes their map veto very interesting. If I had to guess what it was going to be, I think it's going to be Icebox. Oh, never mind, it's there.
What a guess. I mean, tama ka, Fluffy. There were two options. Super tama, super tama. Icebox or Pearl. And as we saw recently, feeling ko Icebox is where, based at least sa nakita natin between NAOS and as well as Zol, it felt like this is definitely one of the closer and even matchups when it comes to some or most of these teams here in Split 2. So I totally understand this pickup. So now the question is, will NCG pick up something like the Pearl this time around, more on something that probably isn't their strength just yet, because again, there's a lot of mystery shrouded into this newly formed team under the NCG banner, but more of like, okay, Oasis, one of their weaker maps, but instead it's gonna be Ascent.
I'm actually a bit surprised. I was thinking na pipiliin nila either Lotus or Haven. Pero actually, nung open qualifiers, we saw them a lot in Icebox, Lotus, and Haven. So to pick Ascent first, I am a little bit curious kung ano yung pinaplano nila dito. The possibilities are endless. And when we do talk about Oasis Gaming on Ascent, I would say na okay din. Like, again, alam naman natin fundamentals ang pinag-uusapan pagdating sa Ascent. So marami talaga yung possibilities. And even on the side of NCG, going up against a very experienced team like Oasis Gaming, may chance pa rin talaga sila na mathrow off sila dito. I mean, kung kanina nga, natalo ng Zol Esports itong NAOS sa map na hindi pa nila din drop in Split 1, then the possibilities are definitely endless dito sa ating Split number 2. And as I say that, syempre, Fluffy, isa sa mga best maps ng Oasis from Split 1, it was bound to be Haven for their pick.
I feel like for both teams, though, the maps are fairly good because for a team like NCG, you want to play maps at this point when you're building your structure that you are familiar with. It's less upon anti-stratting at this point, and it's more of just making sure you can play your own game before you even think about how other people play. So going to a very default map like Ascent makes sense. And for Oasis, it also makes sense that we're going to move on to Haven. Again, you mentioned one of their stronger maps.
Yeah, pero feeling ko, ang dami ng, what do you call this? A lot of the teams have witnessed Oasis do super well on this map, but it also, in hindsight, gives a lot of information. We've seen what Game Lab sort of extend throughout the last split, throughout this map. So feeling ko NCG, perhaps they may not be equipped just yet when it comes to practicing or sort of solidifying their team just yet, but information, maybe they have that sort of edge against Oasis.
I mean, one smart move that NCG is already pulling out is banning Split. Not necessarily because they might be very good or very bad at the map, but just because of how the map bans are working. With Oasis picking defense first, it means that Oasis is able to pick the side for the last map, which if you allow it to be split, heavily favors Oasis as it gives them that defensive split side, which everyone is really hoping for. By banning out Split, you're allowing the last two maps. Maybe you're gonna put a map that you're weak or strong with, but at least you don't guarantee Oasis the side. Oasis opts to ban Pearl, which means that we already have our deciding map, which is Lotus.
Yes, it is gonna be Lotus. A lot can happen talaga dito sa Lotus. Again, it's the newest map that we have in the game, and ang dami pang possibilities na pwedeng gawin. In fact, I don't think na merong insta-lock meta composition na tong mga teams na to. They're still trying to experiment for the most part sa mga napanood natin sa kanila coming into this map up. But going back to the very first ban over here, Fluffy, I do have a question. It's been a trend overall pagdating dito sa APAC teams natin to ban out Fracture. And I want to know your thoughts on it as a coach as well. Bakit ba iniiwasan talaga ng mga teams dito yung Fracture? Is it just a comfort thing, or what is the logic behind it?
I think that Fracture is one of those maps that really heavily relies on util usage to really dictate the flow, since you can be pinched on either side for any site. And by removing it from the map, a lot of the strengths for these APAC teams is just that frontal assault to burst in together. And not having to split your team apart is something that is kind of valuable. Instead of having to split your team up in maybe 3 and 2 and pinch both sides, just send everyone together out of one choke.
Same. I 100% agree with you there. The fact that whenever Oasis brings out the Fracture map, it feels like it's all about how the opposition can sort of catch up. Kasi sobrang bilis ni Oasis maglaro ng Fracture. And gaya ng sinabi mo, they all come from different sides. So sometimes it can get overwhelming.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense for me now. Mas naintindihan ko na kung bakit ganun yung nagiging ban and pick na ng mga teams dito. Now, with our maps already locked in, I want to know kung ano sa tingin nyo yung nagiging favorable conditions for these teams. What is going to be the win condition? And with that, lock in your prediction na rin. Fluffy, I know you're going to say Oasis Gaming, but I'm going to ask you anyway.
You know, it's really bad to assume. But yeah, I'm going to lock in Oasis Gaming because Oasis win. But also, I think one pivotal thing that they have to do is, one, patch the holes that they had, especially in the Ascent map. And even though they're strong on Haven, there's always room for improvement. And I think another key factor for them, at least, is to make sure that they play discipline. Because we know that that team, you know, they have the firepower, they have the heat, but the heat retention has always been a question sometimes.
Well, first of all, I gotta say the is very catchy, Fluffy. I can't help it, the Fluffy
It's a GG.
And secondly, I have to say the same thing. Oasis, I think it's only, I think when I look at the split, the previous split, the performance of Oasis was very solid. They basically conquered everyone except NAOS. And thirdly, because NCG may have to take a while trying to still get used to this sort of configuration with their new roster with so many parts, I feel like that is a big deal kung bakit Oasis ang sa tingin ko ay mananalo.
I completely agree with you there. Tulad nga ng sinabi ko kanina, etong NCG, medyo transition phase pa sila. They're still figuring out who goes where, what goes where, yung mga roles nila, as well as yung kung paano nila gagawin yung rotation all together as a team. So to go up against Goliath, like these guys, like Oasis Gaming, medyo magiging tough challenge talaga on their side, which is why I'm also gonna go with hashtag Oasis win or OAS win. Tama ba, Fluffy?
Huh,
OAS
di mo
win.
alam? Oasis win, of course.
Just making sure na tama yung hashtag. I wanna be on the
Hashtag
safe
Oasis
side of
win.
things. Yes, we may not agree with raisins on salads, but we do agree na Oasis win ang magiging prediction naming lahat. And as I say that, ipapasa na namin kayo ulit sa ating mga casters para naman we can begin with series number 2. See you guys later on.
Raiders and challengers at the door of the promised land yet again. Welcome to the second series of the day, guys. My name is Raph, that is Asarai, and we are hoping that, I guess, Oasis are gonna make lightweight of this team. Don't you think so?
Yeah, buddy. So it is going to be quite an interesting matchup, to say at the least, because we did see the former SR Nacague roster, go up against the best team right now in the Philippines, which was NAOS. So now it's kind of a same thing where even though Oasis didn't have the photo finish that I think they were kind of hoping for, they still are one of the top teams right now. And this SR Nacague roster, this current SR Nacague roster, hasn't been truly, I think, tested out in the metal. They were good in the open qualifiers, but now we'll see how they go in this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, those are very, very valid questions, especially when there is a bit of a shakeup, especially on the SR Nacague side of things. We saw their other counterparts, their ex-teammates on Zol earlier, had lots of shining moments, but now we are going to see a group of young guns be led by a very, very stable and veteran presence in the form of Mid Mathers. And once again, the claim of Oasis as the top challenger for the crown is still going to be, I guess, inspected by all of us, Asarai, because there were clear, I would say, weaknesses in their game, especially with that in that series against, what was it? It was Game Lab, right? Where they just kind of went ham and Oasis had problems trying to go against that playstyle. Yeah,
and I think the map that Oasis had the most issue was, I think it was Pearl in that specific series. What is going to be also very much interesting moving forward in this particular set of ours, right, is I think the stability, as you mentioned, with the younger players that they've had. When we were talking about Puggers, way back or last split, it was more about how incredibly explosive the team is. But now that we're getting a little bit, knee deep into tournament split 2, they already have that maturity with Mid Matters. How is the reaction from players such as Second Love, such as Walk on Water? We also have Joms, who I don't think we've ever seen him in VCT per se. I have seen his name before. I mean, maybe open qualifiers, but not in the tournament realm of sorts. You can double check that if ever. And they also have Yanagi from the Action PH roster. But yeah, all of that being said, this feels like awkward parts. And I usually say, parts working together to, find a cohesive mesh, but it feels like right now, it feels like it's going to have a lot of scraping together. Not saying it's a bad thing. It's more of like something that they might have to just, try to figure out, especially that they have such a big opponent right in front of them right here, right now.
So the funny thing is, Joms was actually in Zol, so there was a bit of a literal swap between these teams, right? And I do believe that your questions and your inquiries were still very, very valid. Again, it really does beg the question on the mental state for a lot of these teams, because both of them, I guess the biggest similarity is they're very young. And I have to say, just to go off topic, off kilter just a little bit, I am so glad that the members of that Puggers team have found their way here, despite a different banner, maybe potentially separated from each other. But that's exactly why we have our OQs. That's exactly why, again, the league is so beautiful, because we see these rising stars come into the scene and potentially bloom and flourish into star players. As we have star players, Oasis, they have that pretty much locked in from position 1 to 5. And ow, I bit my tongue. Ow. Actually,
so,
ow.
Isn't that something like a superstition? I actually don't know what superstition is for biting your tongue. But
I don't know either.
So we're talking about the remaining Puggers players, right? So they were actually in a team called Nothing to Something International, and unfortunately, this team wasn't able to qualify for Split 2. So they were kind of, side by side with SR Nacague, trying to butt heads in the open qualifiers to hopefully get another chance at things. But again, I think it was just because of how well we can also akin to how Mid Matters was able to lead that team during the open qualifiers. My question before that is how he can lead them in the regular split, because again, even though Mid Matters is one of those incredible brains behind the operation, he's also an incredible anchor, maybe even anchor or clutch player. I don't know how long he's had experience with these players, not just with SR Nacague, but maybe off tournament, how maybe they've been playing together as like duos or a squad. But I'm so curious as to what the reasoning was with this with these player pickups, what the reason was why their former SR Nacague core turned into Zol Esports.
That is yet another curious question that we might have to address in the future, but if I really had to go off on a wild guess, and this is just off assumption, especially looking at their performance later on in Split 1, right, where at the start they looked very good, and just as we went into the series, or rather into the circuit, it just became more apparent that they were not developing as a team as well in comparison and relative to everybody around them. So maybe that's one of the reasons why they had to restructure. But now we are going to focus on what agents we might see for Ascent. Of course, Mid Matters is going to go for that Astra. Pretty much signature for him at this point.
Absolutely. Second Love, though, gonna be taking up the mantle of the Jet. If this isn't fake, this is gonna be quite the doozy of a pickup. Usually it's gonna be Walk on Water, but we have seen last series as well that Zind also picked up the mantle of the Sentinel role. Second Love, I believe, also was pretty much known for his Jets, but of course Walk on Water of the same iteration. I just wonder what the difference is in terms of maybe play style as to why they wanted to go for Second Love. But you know what? We will see that in just a couple. In any case, for the side of Oasis Gaming, the reason why we're not talking about them too much is because we already know the iteration. We already know the configuration as what we're going to be joining in on. And it's scary to say at the least. This is one of the maps that I think that Georgie was so well known for when he was still, the all-encompassing Boracay Jet. He still is right now, but he's like Boracay Jet with teammates.
He has every vacation enjoyer alongside him now. I would love to have a vacation.
Actually, they did come from a vacation. That's right.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't Boracay though. I think it was Baguio or something.
I'm glad that you know that, Asra. I feel like that's very privileged information that we just tossed out into the world, but there you go. But in any case, right? Yeah, I would love to have a vacation. It's fine. It's whatever. It's done at this point. We didn't actually dox them or whatever. But like I said, with everything on the line and honestly the very short breaks we've had between Split 1 and Split 2, I can only wonder how much progress they made, especially with some re-rosters.
True.
And here we go, Asarai. We are about to get ready and pretty much let this game go. Look at that. Already a lot of aggressive mid control on the side of NCG. Little do they know that there is a big piece of resistance just behind that smoke. And look how quickly this could unfold. Could unravel. Beautiful flash, but Georgie gets first blood, and that's going to be Walk on Water. Drowning. And Xavi, he's going to smartly back out of this one.
No one's actually on the A side, so even if that was a pick on Walk on Water, at least they can start planting the spike in. Smartly enough from Savvy, not actually commit to the defense on short, just so that they can go for this full 5 rotation. And he was able to save up the fragment, so at least one specific location will have a nice little clearing of utility. One player on A short, the on tree, is going to be hunkering down that second love. Good use of the gravity well. This is delaying the retake even further. Smoke gives a little bit of leeway for mid matters. Good hold from Joms. We haven't really seen him too much in the past, and I'm loving how he's just able to hold Generator quite convincingly with the classic, leaving the 1 versus 2. Second love having to rush right in, but unfortunately no HP, no time, and that is, hold on, almost 2 seconds, and Oasis defuse the spike.
You know, one of my biggest questions for Oasis right now, and I know it's only day 1, since day 1, if you get what I did there, but really, they had such a fantastic start in the first split. They had a bit of an opposite route when it came to performance. They had some dips here and there. I am very, very curious to see which teams might make them bleed this time around, because Game Lab and honestly, who else was it? Was it Action PH who actually just chunked them of their perfect record? But right now we have NCG gearing up with the weaker buy, of course, and a lot more discipline this time, Asterai. They're not just walking down mid, and they're now trying to outshuffle Oasis as they recognize there is quite a bit of disparity between Astra and Omen in terms of smokes.
In terms of smokes, indeed, at least there's a lot more. But the thing is with Oasis, right? They're very free flowing, or I want to say free flowing, but they at least don't overcommit when you know that they have that advantage, when you know that they have the option to actually just back away. So the Omen, I feel like, works well. And how many times has Draxi created really good Omen plays as well because of just how knowledgeable he is with the TPs. Where did Nexi just pop out of? 3K already for Nexi, and the follow-up from his boy Yamarki is able to clear up the rest of NCG in less than a matter of seconds.
I like how his name is still Marky 3. You know, we've seen so many versions of Marky. The Duelist Marky, the, I guess, tweening Flex Marky, and now the full-fledged version, I would assume. But again, pretty business as usual here, Asterai. Nothing too crazy, nothing too complicated. Now, Oasis, at the start of last split, they're very active on these weaker buys and made it a point that they will do eco damage. The question is that going to translate into this? Xavi goes for the 0 point here, but instead, they get countered themselves, and now they have to backpedal. And CG, they might just get caught by a crossfire here, Asterai, towards mid. But maybe, just maybe, this range deficit is what Oasis need to make maximum use of this. And Georgie already getting second love. The lone vandal, and Xavier AK, he swings. He gets 2. And NCG, they've already lost 3 rifles off of that one motion. Goodness me.
Yeah, that's Savvy for you. King Shishable. Whenever you see him, whenever he makes a play, you always just say the word sheesh. You know? Double kill, even though he was also flashed up. That was pretty dang nasty. Joms by himself. That was a really quick read from Oasis, right? As soon as they didn't hear any noise, as soon as they were able to clear up B main, look at how just quickly they back away and hold on to A short, knowing that that's a point of interest for NCG. Joms, you know, he couldn't really do too much in that situation unless he was able to break through Georgie, but even that he was unable to execute. But look at this, second love committing to the peak when Georgie was just rapid firing all throughout on A short.
To break through Georgie is already a tough task in itself, but to fight the Shishable King, you know, he got that thought. Very, very hard also, Asterai.
Don't get the hot sauce. He's in a rumble.
Oh, yeah. I love the way you say it. Just say it, bro. Just come on. I'm just gonna say RNT for our safety.
No,
but
somebody has to say the name. It's been cleared already. All right, Tatai.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the way you say it, it's like there's a bit of an accent there. I gotta say that is a team that has a lot of character. Oasis is also a team that you can say the same thing. But now MCG, they still repeat this motion, Astra. They still want to keep getting catwalk control. But Oasis, their defensive layout has just caught this ever so reliably.
They had a whole chunk of time on this control. As you mentioned, they've been quite leashed by Oasis, not able to pierce through basically a lot of the more crucial angles here. Georgie's just pushed up so far already onto mid. This gives him a lot of information to relay to his own teammates. You can already see the rest of NCG just gonna go again for the 5, but without the smoke on mid, that's going to be a straight up look down the line by both Savvy and Georgie. And as they clear up house, no damage even taken. Walk on water though, little peek. Georgie's already found the fourth. One more, and that blind is absolutely beautiful as Oasis take these rounds better and better, and this time it's going to be a flawless.
Flawless indeed, and Oasis, they are fairly upset about what happened in the previous split, and you can see their, I guess, sense of urgency outside to just clean this up as quickly as they can. NCG, I love their ideas of just trying to pretty much have a hard split in the center of the map and hinge off whatever they can do, or rather what they can pick off. Obviously, they want to cut off the rotation from CT, and that's why they've been investing so many bodies, but just these gunfights alone on the side of Oasis have proven to be a bit of a task already.
It has been. We haven't really seen that explosiveness that we needed to see. I think that was a point of discussion a couple of days ago. You need that extra special talent player, you know, sometimes just to give you that opening. And obviously the supposed answer to that from NCG would have to be Second Love, but he hasn't found his stride just yet, Raph. I wonder what's going to be the answer here for NCG. They're not finding the rhythm that they're kind of hoping for. They're trying to do for these 5-man pushes for the past couple of rounds now, and it hasn't bore any fruit. So are they going to start the split? Are they going to try to look for the split attack? It seems like it's maybe not just right now in this round.
That's exactly what type of questions they would pose, right? What are the timings that they can really abuse here? Because so far, Oasis, they've really not shown any weakness on this defensive side just yet. The rotations have been almost perfect. And now NCG, they try to go for a more brutish approach. They are going to have a very heavy-handed set play towards B here. And of course, it's Second Love to be the first in. Goes for that more vertical entry. He does catch out Marky, so that's going to be a bit of a problem here. But Georgie, he will provide all the solutions. How do you get 3 through the smoke? That's insane. And now NCG, despite having such a fantastic start, everything crumbles right under their feet. And Georgie has been an absolute nightmare. He will still continue his march. And the death march has been stopped by Second Love. First in, still has to be a hero here. But Nexi, oh, so sexy. Getting a quick double. And yet another round on the board for Oasis, Asarai. Man.
To Nexi for my, for my round. Oh. Yo, that spray transfer is kind of dirty. Second Love was starting to heat up. Now the thing is, right, as you mentioned, Georgie, there was no recon dart for this. Marky already was expended, plus he used his own recon dart on B main. So how did he just lined up 3 kills out of nowhere? In any case, that was a lot of pieces from a lot of players from both sides that was just heating up. And then out of nowhere, we saw again Nexi come out on top. What an absolute lovable beast this guy is.
Ref, is that tournament legal? Is that tournament legal? Just getting all those picks. And absolutely. Again, everybody on the squad of Oasis have just been the nicest people, you know. But as players, they have evolved to be so complete. And maybe, just maybe, they just need that push to get over the hill. But so far, NCG, they look like they're facing an absolute mountain of a team here. Unscalable. Potentially Everest. And Georgie, you know how he is. He is going to heat check up until he won't be allowed to do so. And every single thing is falling apart for NCG. Granted, the buys have not been the greatest on their end, Asarai, but not even damage can be reliable on their side. They do get 1 on Nexi, but once again, Oasis, they're just so quick to reassess and repair the situation.
Been corralled a little bit too hard on that one. Fortunately, NCG losing a lot of just very important map control. Probably see that in just a teeny tiny bit, but my goodness, there is nothing that they can do right here. And now that, again, with Georgie equipped with that operator, it just gets even more difficult. I think the biggest problem here, Raph, that we're probably going to be seeing is NCG. Yanagi, if you can see his stats, is 0, 6, and 0. And I do remember very fondly how just incredibly impactful he was on the same agent when he was on Action PH. Where was that Yanagi? Is it because Second Love can't find that at least entry into this allows Yanagi to follow up? Or is it Yanagi himself just losing fights? Or is it Oasis mixed? of all of those three things. Whatever's happening here, we haven't seen at least this particular player rise up to the occasion.
Yeah, and to think that one of his most iconic performances was on Ascent, where his flashes were omnipresent. And once again, he was all over the place for Action PH. It just seems like it's not even there. Nexi avoids certain death by clearing out a corner, and the diligence by Oasis already paying so many dividends. And now they only have one more player to deal with. But Yanagi is making a stand as much as he wants to take this. Marky will not allow such tomfoolery to once again happen. And Aster, I have to say, you're right on the money there. Yanagi and Mid Mathers, for the most part, have not really done a lot to contribute to this effort, this comeback effort on the side of NCG, but maybe it's just a slow start. We know these players can bounce back really, really well and really, really hard.
Yeah, and that's usually the essence of what they were, right, from last split. Actually, with this is what, 3 teams: SR Nacague, Puggers, actually 4, Zol and Action PH. 3 out of those 4 teams, I'm entirely or 2 out of those 4 teams, I'm positively sure that they are all about that bounce back, all about finding that rhythm, that momentum. But up against an Oasis that performs this cleanly, how can you even think of finding momentum when Georgie is just on a rampage? I mean, yeah, Yanagi will get that refrag. Okay, this is the Yanagi we're looking for. Okay, there's the swing. But Draxi's just so quick to help out his Brody right there from the sidelines. It was a step in the right direction, but oh my god, are just having fun at things.
Yeah, buddy. I mean, that's why we play the game, right? That's why they play the game, because it's fun, it's enjoyable. And I hope people never forget that, honestly. We play games to enjoy. But man, Oasis, they're having too much fun here, that's right. They are kind of making this look like an absolute exhibition. And this is not a knock on NCG. This is still pretty much largely an unproven team, perhaps. We haven't really seen them all too much, especially with this version of themselves. We have talked about the responsibility of Mid Mathers to be that locker room presence, to be that veteran, to pretty much secure a good headspace for all their players and walk on water. The potency on this man is still pretty much sky high. At the moment, the Oasis, they're very, very dominating in this round, rather in this matchup. 8-0 Aserai.
If whatever come what may, right? What happens on game number 2 here? Will we see Walk on Water actually go back onto the Jet? Because it seems like he's a lot to just basically let go of his own safety to find. And Second Love feels like he's waiting for a good follow from NCG. Such different ideologies, philosophies we're kind of seeing here, Raph. In any case, this is a good intro from NCG, able to pierce through onto market, and now they have a good map control. They have the positioning. They still have Mid Matters lurking on mid, and this is what we kind of didn't see a while ago. Just having that two-pronged approach. Anyways, here's the retake with the lockdown.
And once again, what surprises me the most is they know that they have a significant disadvantage here. And the lockdown is going to be denied completely with that Hunter's Fury. Now with a 3v4 in place, a 3v3 with Savvy. What a beautiful fadeaway onto Second Love. Will make this that much more possible. But the site, the doors still remain shut. 2 perpetrators in the boathouse. Still not been flushed out. Marky gets one for his name. And now Joms has to show the world why he's here. The shock dart is going to be in place. It does get Marky. Is that enough time? And oh my goodness, NCG. Truly a martyr's finish here, as Joms will secure the first round on the board for his team.
Absolutely grinded just to get that win. They were just spinning the gears, hoping that they can make this into a fine mesh, and they were able to do it. But again, it is the price of butting heads with one of the top teams right now, but absolutely beautiful. That is what we wanted to see. That is, I think, one of the things that you will be starting to look for moving forward is that ability to get map control and then somehow transition that map control into a one split where they at least, again, as I mentioned, have that two-pronged approach. With that, they give themselves a lot more options, and it becomes a little bit more difficult for Oasis to read the movements of NCG.
I like that, you know, the emphasis on the transition game, because I feel like that's also a skill that teams develop really late into their life cycles. NAOS have been a team that's been very good at that. Oasis have shown pretty much a decent level of consistency when they do that, when they're in top form. And NCG, that is pretty much a tall ask here, right? Because we know Oasis, they recognize their weak side very, very quickly. They always have that rotator just right at the very edge of just assistance. And now we see this new temperance from them. A lot of patience as they just kind of hold on to their side of the map. And NCG, they try to go for yet another heavy beat take here. Now, my thoughts on this is that as long as Georgie isn't behind a smoke, I think they're fine.
Thing is, if Georgie finds a pick, he already has Bladestorm up again. He still has the operator here, but this is a risk, and this is the risk they're going to be willing to take. Look at the setup from the Nano Swarm. Already so incredibly low. Marquis times out recon dart beautifully. Is that a delayed recon dart? Because it just gave Marquis all the chance to pitch the play before it even bleeds into the site. And Walker, well, they don't think he's going to be able to make calls at this point. Georgie, not even needed as Nexi just valiantly holds the back of B. And Oasis, they just stop themselves from winning these rounds.
Well, don't stop them now. They're having a good time. Like we said, they're just having way too much fun, Asterai. And NCG, I wonder what the assessment is for this, because so far, they haven't really had any issues of finding footing within the B site. It's just, it becomes too expensive the moment they get that post plan. So you would think that they try to go for a little bit more aggression on trying to occupy maybe CT and take away that CT control, as I mentioned. But Oasis, actually dealt a bad hand in this round. It's second love, going for seconds, I believe, with that Marshall. And that's a great opener. In fact, one of the best ones we've seen so far from them. But with a limited arsenal with 3 classics, what can they really do? Xavi not leaving a lot to the imagination, as he's going to deny this operator for as long as he can.
And he even has, again, control of that spike already. So he's just going to force his way to push everybody. And of course, while he's making all that noise, since they already got the call to just push out of B main, because again, NCG, they're going to be preoccupied with just trying to deal with Savvy, trying to pick up the spike that was dropped on Catwalk, and that is just not going to... Oh, okay, Walk on Water finding himself another good thing. Picking up that spike, maybe he has time to plant the spike, gets tagged, can close the door, it's good. There's the peek out, not given any chance. Go for the cross, it's our shut before he can get inside and actually plant that spike.
Oh man, this is looking really, really rough for NCG. The Raiders, they're trying to get as many pipe rifles behind their armies, their legions. But the gates, they remain sealed. Oasis, they protect the promised land apparently. And 10-1. Such a, I guess, disheartening prospect on the side of SR Nacague, but we know that they are a team that's really built a name for themselves in terms of grit and playing from behind. That situations like this is certainly not unwinnable for them, but with a new core, what is their identity so far? But enough of those questions, man. They're having way more trouble trying to avoid all this spam, and they return fire. Nearly even gets Marky there.
Wow. Man. Next is just something different. Wait, you can't break the lockdown anymore with 2 shot darts, right? The lockdown has 200 HP?
Something like that.
Yeah, Joms just charging, spamming with his Odin. Does opening here versus 3, but look at damage done water, and Joms are just one breath away. I mean, it sounds kind of breath. This is not my ideal situation of trying to go through this, and the ultimate right back of Joms gets devoured by the Hunter, and that is going to be a swift little retake as they'll pick up the 11-1.
Yeah, they've been watching, they've been waiting, still anticipating that second love, but Aserai, it has been a long waiting game for NCG. And mind you, you have not made a reference to a song past the year of 1998. Everything has been 1998 and before. So in any case, it has been a little telling that with your song
old.
choice and not just the age, the experience that you've had and Oasis have, it's been trumping that raw firepower NCG has been trying to bring to the table, right? Because if you look at that Puggers roster, really, it was a lot of hot shots, a lot of really, really strong aimers, but now they have to evolve way past that.
Absolutely true. Because again, as you mentioned, revolve all about this singular contact that they can start to create openings once you find that contact. And that's what the success, I think, is, and in a sense, Game Lab Alpha. But to add to that as well, what does that mean? NCG, it's probably gonna go around back to how well the IGL is gonna be able to redirect the talent that he has, right? That being said, though, it hasn't really gone the NCG was hoping for.
I mean, what else do we have to say, right? It's 11-1, and it's been pretty brutal. This is the reset point. It is absolutely urgent for them to take this round. Otherwise, it could snowball into disaster, and Nacague pulling out a 0 point at the most inopportune time is just pretty much salt on the wound for such, I guess, unfortunate situations here. Second Love trying to anchor down Boathouse, but will get overwhelmed by the numbers and the fire rates of all those ghosts. Clean 3v3 is here, but Mid Mathers finally stepping up, coming alive, gets a big double kill. Can he get a third to finally finish and get that second round on the board? It's going to be Droms to help him out on that one, Asterai, but still a very good sign on the side of NCG.
Very good sign for NCG, and that is, again, a shred of hope here. Look at this. Georgie's so aggressive. He has no care for human eggs there, but Second Love finally able to find a bit of footing here, delay the offense enough that Mid Matters just goes to... But of course, I thought it was going to be a full way, but I think they took it back and just went for the pistols.
Yeah, and once again, Oasis, if they went for a force, or if they went, hey, Asar, isn't that your crosshair that you were super proud of? Anyhow,
Oh, yeah.
the stability crosshair, the Mosin Nagant crosshair.
That JC even flow crosshair.
Even flow. You know what? No, I'm not going to go with that. That's actually still not past 1998. It is crazy, man. A lot of these songs are way older than me. Actually, is 2001? Not entirely sure, but there is certainty in this attack for Oasis. They have set their sights towards A, but NCG, they're already quick on that response. We have a lot of presence towards Tree here, so there will be no infiltrators. They can focus all their attention in trying to weed out any infiltrators on the site. But Georgie, he does get a clean duel here on John, but cannot finish the job. And if they go into that trap, then that could prove problematic, as Mid Mathers is quick to support. But how are these classics winning out? Mid Mathers, once again, exploding, erupting, getting a big 3K for him, mounting this comeback ever so slowly and carefully. But Nacague, he gets caught with his pants down. Now Mid Mathers, he has to worry about range. He only has a Spectre here, no stars. How only has one available. But is he still gonna win out the duel? And Georgie goes for the pop and swing and pops Mid Mathers in the body. And that is going to be a dagger to the heart, Asar. The margin for error reduces itself one more time.
And that is a prime example of how strong just tweaks in the execute can really be. A lot of the things that here was just them allowing Georgie to get into the site, and the smoke wasn't, or the smoke play positioning wasn't to allow him to maybe, you know, slowly go in onto generator. It's go straight up onto hell, hunker down, make sure that nobody crosses into the threshold of the site itself, and allow the rest of Oasis to get the picks little by little, as NCG was trying to retake the site little by little as well. So they were able to catch them in entrance, which just so well for what Oasis had in mind.
You know, I feel like we should be a little more impressed that Oasis have been so clean, but I feel like this is exactly how we expect them to play, right? This is a story that's been going on since the first split, since the inception of this team. When we saw that roster, this is definitely a juggernaut. And NCG, they're trying to bruise and brawl their way through this team, and it's been such a difficult task. Marky leading the charge, only has a dart, 20 seconds away from his recon, so it is going to be full contact going into the site. Is this smoke and molly combo enough to deter them? Yes, momentarily, but you see the rotations outside, they're still a little late, and you talked about that transition game yet again. Oasis, they show mastery of it.
Great timing for Jom though to catch the full herd trying to just shepherd its way all through a short. And Joms picks up a nasty double kill. Walk on Water picks the same Odin, and he fortifies that defense. Marky not able to make a dent through here, but Nexi, hold on. You're gonna be able to find mid matters, but again, there's just something magical with this Odin, man. 3 people from NCGS picked it up, and 3 people have gotten kills with that Odin. There's something about that Odin, brother.
Brother, father, the All-Father, Odin himself.
Gentleman.
Well, many titles, Asarai, as once again the wisdom of the gods could potentially be in that heavy beast, or just a lot of bullets. Maybe just a lot of bullets. It's been beneficiary to everybody who's been picking it up, and as you mentioned, it has proven to be a bit of a problem. Really, swinging into that, because I feel like it's really deceptive. Even in like pubs, right? You think, oh yeah, he's still in the middle of his spray. I can probably swing and take this guy, and I'm sure it happens in pro play too. But it never really seems to come to anybody's better. As Choms, he is still not letting this go. But Georgie, how did you get in so deep already? He tries to make everybody backpedal, but the shorty is not enough to stop him dead in his tracks. Georgie, that's 3 for him. 2 more. 1 more. Is this the first ace of the day of the official circuit? And that is how you end a map number 1. Congratulations to Oasis.
That was last bullet to Vandal, right? Georgie just seems like he can, when he is on a tear, it feels like he can make you go into a position where he has advantage, right? And you saw that with how he played against the Sova inside the smoke. Saw that with how he was fighting mid Mathers on Mark. And with that, as you mentioned, it is going to conclude game 1 in this best of 3. This was the map pick for SR Nacague, but again, to be honest, it feels still overall like what we said with the previous series, a strong selection for a team such as Oasis.
Yeah, and once again, they kind of have to face the music here in terms of just the matchup in general, because Oasis, they've displayed quite depth in